on ESPN LA.
That is true. They almost like that. Mason in Ireland, I think, gets such a kick out of how much she destroys the Rams. And they're the home of the Rams.
That's right. They are the home. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that the Rams haven't banned me from coming on that station.
That's another good point.
Knowing how sensitive they are.
Oh, boy. Okay, maybe not a good point. I'm going to back away from that one. Anything else? I got to go to the bathroom. My nose is bleeding right now. We are a mess. We're on sports break. Oh, my God.
Hey, folks, when it comes to Christmas trees, don't get played by foreign plastic. Just like you wouldn't replace a prize QB with a mannequin. Don't replace American farm fresh trees with fake foreign plastic. These farm families are the MVPs of Christmas, growing champions right here on American soil. They're not sitting on the bench. They're out there every day growing real Christmas traditions. Make the winning choice, farm fresh Christmas trees, not foreign plastic that pollutes. Visit GetRealKeepItReal.com to find your local farm MVP.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. With you on the program, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, and Chairman Curd is answering the calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And, Doug, it's a red alert scenario here.
Oh, yeah.
As Jackson Burkett announced after what was really kind of a stirring speech that he did not sleep well last night, and he did not sleep well, and I asked why. I thought he was up making love. That's what I thought he was doing. I thought he was up making love. But it turns out he was worried about Robert Thomas and what time he would be joining us today.
Oh, me too.
And thought he might have told him 8 o'clock, and then he thought it was 8 o'clock Eastern because the boys are taking on the Devils, and you'll be hearing that tonight on 101 ESPN pregame, 5 p.m. And that kept you up all night? And then you texted him at 6:15 to make sure he knew the right time, probably stirring him from his slumber. He'll be a -3 tonight as the Blues lose to the Devils before heading home on Saturday night to take on the Flyers. And Jackson Burkett will be the Devils' #1 star.
You did say rather confidently, but it's okay. I texted him this morning and cleared it all up, and we said, what time? It's 7 a.m. here. Oh, it's 6:15. That's 7:15 Eastern. He's a hockey player. He probably will get up about 9 or so, but that's a little early to text.
Woke up the best player on a 6th place hockey club to tell him that his interview is when he thinks it is.
All right, so this is what happened. You guys can spin this however you'd like.
There's no spinning.
Yeah,
those are facts.
I put my head on my little pillow last night.
I thought you sleep face down.
Yes, I do. So
do you know that, Martin, about your ally?
Text in
314.
Do you really sleep face down?
Correct. Yes, directly.
I don't think it's possible to survive that.
Yeah, I kind of like make a little bridge with my face, like under the pillow. It's like an air pocket. So I lay face down, and right as I'm about to hit the Z's and go to bed, I think, oh crap! Did I tell Robert Thomas 8 a.m. Central, or did I just say 8? And if I just said 8. You know, he could think, he's a hockey player. The last thing he's probably worried about is his interview.
I disagree.
He's probably like, all right, at 8 a.m., when my phone says 8 a.m., I'm expecting a call. Yeah. However, we are, of course, in Central Time. They're in Eastern Time. So if that was the case, he'd be calling in at 7. That's a problem. We booked for 8. So,
but really, is it that big of a problem? We'd go, Robert Thomas is on the line. Now, would it be tell me if it's a problem. I don't know. To me, I'd just be like, okay, we'll ask the questions that we were going to ask at 8. We'll ask them at 7, and then we'll move on.
It'd be a surprise guest at 7 o'clock.
In a way, but I think 8 a.m. is a better time.
For sure.
We all wanted, and so I didn't want to mess that up. And so I guess in my mind, if I ain't going to sleep, neither are you, Bob.
Oh God, that's selfish.
I don't know. It's 6:15. If you text somebody, it's not like I texted them at midnight, And also, like, if I get a text at night, it's not like a text wakes me up. My phone's on silent or do not disturb.
I would assume that's the case, but maybe his wasn't.
Yeah. Well, then, when can I start correspondence? Like mowing your lawn, you have to wait till like 8:30, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Right. So how does it work with Robert Thomas? He calls us?
No, we call him.
Okay. Well, then.
I think we'll talk about it. We'll ask him what's fair moving forward in this relationship.
I just have to be adamant about Central and Eastern Pacific Time, just making sure.
I think that's Central. I can't text.
But this kept you up.
Yes.
All night?
Not all night, but I was restless.
Did you get up and pace the floors or anything?
No, it wasn't that
affect that little air pocket you had?
The bridge, Martin.
How do you sleep face down?
I don't know how it works. I just know I do. I kind of sleep like I'm taking a charge, but in reverse.
Now, when you shared a bed with Lisa Ann in Jamaica, was that last January, Doug?
2 January.
23.
23.
So I guess last January, yeah.
Did she notice that you were sleeping face down?
Probably. I'd have to. That's how I sleep.
Did you guys build a fort?
No, I think there was a natural, neutral zone.
There was no
neutral zone. Hockey, you're coming around.
I was talking about in football, neutral zone encroachment and such. I didn't encroach.
Dickie Betts is listening to the show. You remember him from Jerry Maguire? Was that where he was? Dickie Betts? Wasn't that Jerry Maguire's mentor?
No, that wasn't that Bob Sugar.
Dickie Betts would have been in
Jay Moore.
That's right.
Leonard Skinner, right? Wasn't Dickie Betts and Leonard Skinner?
We'll crowdsource that. Chairman Kurt's looking up. And Dickie Betts says, face down, daddy likey.
Why does daddy likey that?
That's from Martin's pin cushion.
Tiki Betts was a member of Leonard Skinner.
Is that right? I wonder who I'm thinking of from Jerry Maguire. He was like the old guy.
Allman Brothers. I'm saying it wrong. Allman Brothers.
You're saying it wrong.
Well,
Very close, the two words.
Well, there. Yeah, I misspoke.
Mm-hmm.
I'll text Tiki Betts and clarify.
Okay.
What time is it?
Was a billet mom next to him. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He's leading the charge for the billet mom investigation. And he also is the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, the defending Listener of the Year. My money's on Buck Swope for 2024, Doug. You do with it what you want. You can bet me.
Well, he's so consistent.
Jackson giving strong Michael Cera vibes today. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully in the YouTube chat.
Nice. I like Michael Cera a lot.
Napoleon Dynamite?
No, that was not. Michael Cera was Arrested Development.
And the
Superbad.
Juno, maybe?
Juno,
Okay,
yes.
yeah,
Juno.
gotcha.
Yeah, he was in all of those. Very nervous energy.
And he shared the stage with Jason Bateman in many of those pictures.
Yes. Bateman and him in Arrested Development. Big time, yeah. That was a big mentor relationship.
I like the match game. I'll give you a little Michael Cera. I like that. I like a match game.
So you think Jackson's giving off that vibe today?
Yeah, a little bit. I just can't get over a man putting his face right into the pillow and just being comfortable. You
Doug
do
gets horrified by that every time it's
I
brought
don't
up.
think you could survive it.
I somehow do. I'm here now, aren't I?
You must roll over as soon as you fall
Maybe.
asleep.
I can't speak to that. Once I'm asleep, you know.
Do you wake up gasping for air?
No, not rarely.
If you ever need a CPAP machine, you're literally going to strangle on the cords.
If I have to have a CPAP, that'll completely change my life because I don't sleep on my back. I can't do it. Well, I guess I could, but I don't.
Well, you learn to when it's that or die.
Always with the wisdom.
Get involved on the program. Chairman Kurt stands by on these Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And you are welcome to listen via the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. And there's also a 101 ESPN app. Just kind of like there's a TMA STL YouTube chat and a 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Schaefer Door Company is online at schaeferdoor.com. Sponsor of our app here on TMA, and that is Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door set up a number specifically for our audience to be able to call or text and access them should that garage door spring break. And that number is 636-782-3608. It's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer, the sponsor of our apps here on 101 ESPN and TMA. It's Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you have any guess on how to spell Schaefer? I bet you don't.
Schaefer, S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R, Schaefer.
That's it.
Oh.
Pioneer proud going to win the state championship if they can handle Nixa this weekend. And then spelling bee champions as well. Schaefer Door Company. Think about it.
You guys like the Misha Map Challenge? Every year, Rich Gould and I would look at the Misha matchups, and we would say, now, where in the hell is Lamar?
I had no idea where Nixa was.
Below Springfield.
That's why I looked it up to find it, because that's where Jeremy Macklin and the Pioneers have to travel this Saturday.
It's hard to believe there could be a high school big enough to be in the same division as Kirkwood and south of Springfield.
And not be in Springfield proper.
Is that where you go, like if you live in Branson? Is that where you go?
Chairman?
Because Branson's just south of Springfield, right? And that might be big enough to have a big high school.
Yeah. Nixa is where they're headed. Boys, do you know where Seneca is? That's Live for Life, the local squad that doesn't even have a football field. It's pretty good at football. They've got a burden on that team. They travel to Seneca. Any guesses?
Seneca.
I'm going to guess Lake of the Ozarks.
I'll say down there by West Plains, South Missouri.
Well, I don't know where West Plains is, but it is near Joplin, below Joplin.
I think that counts as Lake of the Ozarks.
Is that where West Plains? No.
West Plains is
it's close enough, Jim. It's below Joplin near the Oklahoma border. That's where Live for Life Academy, which is located down by Soulard, they'll be traveling down to the Oklahoma border.
Nice.
Do you know where Platte County is, fellas?
Oh, Platte County.
MICDS is traveling to play them, but they'll be chartering a plane, so it's no big deal.
Flying private out of Spirit.
That sounds like it's around Kansas City.
It is.
Nice, Doug.
Platte
It
County.
is above Kansas City. One more for you. Luther North is at Kearney or Kearney, Kearney.
That's by Norwood Hills Country Club.
Luther North is.
Yeah.
Where John Daly kicked a field goal.
They're
Got that one.
traveling to play Kearney. Kearney.
I've heard of Kearney, Nebraska.
Yeah, I've been to Kearney, Nebraska wedding there. It was Jamal Mayer's.
That's where his wedding was?
That wasn't his wedding, but we were there together. Yeah. Jamal, call in 314-974-01.
He might.
Yeah.
What would the wedding have been? Now I got to figure this out. That you were there and Jamal Mayer's. Probably some St. Joe connection there. I'm going to go back.
I think that might be it, actually.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
You're having a big 7 o'clock hour. Thank you, Jamie Burkhardt. Thank you, Peter Munganast.
Kearney is near Kansas City. But every year, Rich would pull out these matchups, like state semi. Like, all right, buddy, where is Dexter? And I'd be like, I don't know.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Well, that also happens whenever there's a tornado and they say it's about to hit some city that's only, within an hour of here, and you've never heard of that either.
Now, where do they play the state championship game? Because it used to be Faroe Field. Then before that, it was the Dome, which struck me as kind of odd.
Yeah.
Especially with Arrowhead Stadium sitting there as the best venue in the state.
Whoa.
But now, I think it might be in St. Joseph, Missouri.
I think it's because Faroe's going to start their renovations immediately, and they didn't want to wait a week, I guess. Or does it have to do with next year?
I really do think it's St. Joseph, Missouri.
Well, no, is it this year or next year? I know they are going there, which is way the hell out of the way for people. If you're, let's say, just Smet makes the state championship.
City,
yes. Maybe MICDS makes it, and they've got room on the plane for other people.
Columbia or Jeff City would be fair. Either place. It's not like these games are drawing 30,000 people to them. They don't get that many.
But it has to do with Faroe, and I guess
Faroe would be perfect.
I had talked to Dave Matter at one point, and he said you have to bid on these, but they didn't bid because they weren't sure like when their renovation would begin and end, things like that. That's all I got.
Well, either way, it gives us.
Yeah, Faroe Field is fair. It's right smack in the middle of the state.
Well, I think they would play there. See, I think this year it's still Columbia.
Hey, yeah, I got it at Faroe.
But then starting next year,
I think it's because of the renovation.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hey, that's this show is breaking that story. I think so. That's more information that this show is breaking.
We woke up Robert Thomas. We told you where Platte
and
County
we destroyed
is.
the Blues' chances against the Devils tonight to have a good road trip, and Jim Montgomery improved to 2-0. I'm going to the game on Saturday night. Looking forward to that. Yeah, I figure I'm taking the whole family again. Going with the 2-year-old.
Can you stay for 3 periods?
I would for a 6 p.m. puck drop, but the issue is the 2-year-old. But I'm looking forward to the energy in the building. Long weekend. A lot of people come back to St. Louis for Thanksgiving. Jim Montgomery's first home game as head coach. Hopefully, he'll be 2-0 heading into the festivities. And then the boys head out on the Western Canadian road trip.
By Saturday, you'll be dried out from all your drinking tonight. It's Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Jackson, do you go out for this tonight?
Single Jackson probably would be all over it.
But you're a man in love now,
Relationship Jackson, I don't know. I'm going to present something, and I'm curious if people in my age range.
I like it. I like when this guy presents himself to the audience.
Yeah, I'm going to present myself to the audience real quick, and I'm going to see if people will agree or find it interesting. I feel like in my age range, if you live in St. Louis, and maybe this is just me, I feel like I get a little bit patronized because I still live in St. Louis. Like there is like a little...
Who's patronizing you?
The people who have moved out.
They look down on you for...
It feels like it's not intentional, but it's a little patronizing. Like, isn't it so fun? We're back. Like, this is so crazy. I'm like,
we're back in the small town. Let's go tip cows.
It's like, yeah, well, I live here. But it's like, it just feels like a little...
Well, why are you asking us this?
I was wondering if you guys ever had that when you were in your 20s, because I know you guys... But,
Doug, you went to Miami.
You were in Miami.
I went to Little Rock, so we both went to the most cosmopolitan cities.
Yeah.
I was in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, shooting it.
So you can't talk to... We can't relate.
Yeah, you guys came back.
Rhinelander and Little Rock.
You guys came back in Wayfair.
Are you saying that they hey, we're back. Wouldn't it be nice to get out and all see each other? Since you don't get to see us.
Like, yeah, oh, well, yes. And it feels like it's like, oh, look, we're back in St. Louis. Isn't this goofy? And it's like, yeah, well, I reside here. And I don't know. Maybe it's me projecting.
Now, what's goofy? We have...
You're made to feel like you're a loser because you didn't go out and see the world or advance beyond this town?
I think that's exactly what he's suggesting, Doug.
Yeah,
candidly, I'm offended.
A little bit. Well, I feel a little bit patronized on this.
Well, where do your compadres reside year-round?
Oh, Chicago, Boston, Nashville, Dallas,
you
Denver.
have fallen behind.
Oh, you should feel intimidated. Yeah. You should actually. Yeah. They probably shouldn't even hang out with you. They should have moved on by now.
Yeah, and then it's like they're like it's just I don't know.
Clevie Wade says, yes, we who live in top 5 markets definitely look down on you, and he is texting from Dallas. That's Clevie Wade. Yeah. Let's see.
Dallas just recently passed, I think, San Francisco, Oakland, top 5.
Oh, to move up in the market rankings?
I think so, yeah.
So it's New York, L.A., Chicago, Philadelphia, and now Dallas instead
Dallas,
of San Francisco?
I believe so, yeah.
Fun facts for no one tell. Damn, I agree with Jackson on this. Everyone that moved away definitely does that. That's from the 314.
Like, I feel like tonight is more of a night for people who have left and are coming back than it is for people who live here.
But then they get a chance to meet up with the old high school or college girlfriend and see what's doing.
Right, so that's where single Jack would be like, all right, but this is relationship Jack you're talking to over here.
Doug, it's manual stimulation night at the ballpark.
Marty monogamy over here, so, you know.
Where does your age range hang out? Like, if your buddies were calling you to patronize you,
Jackson gets bottle service at Wheelhouse.
Right. Soulard,
I don't even answer unless it's bottle service at Wheelhouse. No, I like Soulard, yeah. Dogtown, maybe.
Okay. Guys, I look down on St. Louis, and I'm from Tallahassee. That's Nate in Tallahassee.
Gosh, they may pass us in the market ranking someday soon. The way things are going.
Martin, as you know, Brian Henshin covers the Colts, and he does a hell of a job with that club. He says, no, my friends aren't elitist pigs who look down upon my hometown. Hey, Martin, speaking of looking down, how's about you let me have a sniff of Doug's socks?
What?
Thanks and free perk. Happy turkey, everyone. That's from the Colts beat writer for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune. Jim Thomas used to send texts in like that.
All the time.
Yeah.
Wreck me, Doug.
Wanting my socks.
Accidentally sent a couple to Greg Aiello, the NFL PR man. Why am I in charge of letting Henshin sniff Doug's socks?
Eggplant emoji. They're compression socks, too.
Do we have drops today? Because it is the last day of the week.
Yeah, is that what's going on, Jackson?
I feel a little patronized again.
Now, who's patronizing you?
Marty.
Well, I'm asking for a segment. I don't know. It's different. How is that patronizing?
Yeah. Well, here, I'll tell you what was going on there.
My wife's father.
About that. So Jackson is a little hypersensitive to some members of the audience complaining about him not playing drops. But Martin was asking for, because it's the last show of the week, since 101 is off for Thanksgiving and Friday, see now Jackson's having the realization that Martin was chirping you about not playing drops, and instead Martin was asking for drops of the week since it's the last show of the week. Jackson now has his hand raised like he's testifying.
Yes, pale guy in the back of the room.
That was actually more of a... No, I'm just... my hand is up because I'm taking accountability. I thought you were talking about just sprinkling in drops, not
just
drops of the week.
Yeah,
my apologies.
Right. Will your hand be up tonight when Robert Thomas is -3 and the Blues lose 5-0 in New Jersey?
And he just runs out of steam in the third period.
When I find out on
it looks
Monday.
like Bolduc on that breakaway. Heavy legs, Doug.
Jackie, let's go Oppo. Let's go Oppo here. What happens when Tomer has a couple of goals tonight, and then he says, please text me every day at 7:15.
Oh, it becomes like a hockey superstition.
Yes.
Ooh, I'd be
100%.
into that. I want to be a part of something like that.
Oh, you could be bro friends.
Yeah.
No friends.
Like, it would be like, I want to be part of something like that. That'd be cool.
I texted Berube once and said, did you wear that tie like 2 games in a row? I noticed it was like a blue and yellow tie. And he said, yeah, my girlfriend gave it to me last week. And he goes, what the heck, right? We won. He wore it a couple days in a row.
Tony La Russa used to wear, and I remember seeing him running around. Jordache was something he would wear out, of course. But when the Cardinals were playing the Giants in the 2002 NLCS, I was going down there to cover the game, and I nearly hit him crossing Broadway. And I go, my God, that's La Russa. And he was wearing a Goldberg, as in the wrestler T-shirt. And I go, hey, I saw you wearing a Goldberg T-shirt when I saw you running downtown. Yeah, we won last time I wore it. So it became
a thing.
It became a thing. So Jackson, you're going to be texting Robert Thomas at 6:15 on Saturday morning after he has a Hattie tonight.
Can I schedule texts? Because I'd like to sleep.
So now you're not willing to sacrifice for this team?
I would. If all it takes is me waking up and sending a text, I'll do it every day.
Yeah, well, that's nice.
You know.
Yeah.
And then if I don't, it's on me. That's kind of fun, too.
You know, Janet called in a couple of weeks ago to attack Mario in Chicago, but now is in Charlotte. And it was a passionate defense of this metropolitan area. Doug, you were emotionally stirred by the phone call.
Yeah.
And she has just texted in to say, by the way, only a couple of the big cities can match St. Louis in things to do. So there is Janet once again. Now, Jackson, if you're watching on YouTube, you just gave off a facial tell right there. I just want to let you know.
I mean,
pursed your lips.
What was the word she used to describe? Very few, or?
By the way, only a couple of the big, in caps, cities can match St. Louis in things to do.
None of them have an arch.
Depends on your definition of couple, I guess.
Well, usually that's pretty a standard definition.
Like 2?
That's right.
But your friends that go away, have a whole new life. They have a new job, a new set of friends. They're excited about that. They come back, and then they see someone like you who's still in St. Louis, and nothing's changed.
Well, what do you mean nothing's changed?
Well, that's what this...
You got more hair and you're thinner.
Yeah.
Right, but that's where your Skanksgiving depression is coming from.
Yeah, I could be... I wanted to make it clear, I could be projecting here. I likely am, because I don't think they're doing it with malice.
When I nearly moved to New York City 15 years ago, some of my buddies who were living there, they were going, "Oh, what's so-and-so up to?" And then they'd like talk amongst themselves. They go, "Oh, yeah, that guy would never leave St. Louis," as if it was a trait that people possessed that they would not move from St. Louis. So I did witness this firsthand. I can't speak to what you're dealing with when you're at the bottle service party tonight.
There was like one pregame for Thanksgiving like 2 years ago.
And what they say, they all laughed and pointed.
I was like the one person there who was still living in St. Louis, and they were like kind of like, "Oh, isn't it so weird to be back?" It's like, yeah, I live here. Like this is like I live 5 minutes down the road.
Is what hit you as they were conversing about their travels. You just kind of felt small.
I felt small. That's exactly right. I felt small.
Bless your heart.
Thank you.
Get some friends from Seneca or Platte County, and that
Kearney?
way.
Where's Kearney?
Yeah,
again?
near Kansas City.
I'm not driving that far.
Martin, I flew into Lincoln, drove to Kearney,
Kearney,
and then hung out with Jamal Mayers. Yeah.
Never been to the state of Nebraska.
I haven't been to the state of Wisconsin or Iowa.
Whoa.
Or Oklahoma.
God.
How random is that?
Get yourself to Lake Geneva.
I really do want to go. I'd love to go to a game in Madison.
Yeah, it's a great stadium. Go up to Lambeau with the boys.
Door County in the summer.
Oh, man.
Prime.
I've never been to Milwaukee. It's one of the big cities I haven't been to.
Is that right?
It's a pretty cool city, though, isn't it? Plowsy went once and said how great it was.
Kim would go with me to Marquette games. When we were dating, I would drag her up there. And when do they play college basketball? January, February. It's cold as crap. It's snowing. You'd step into a pile of slush. And she's like, "Are we going again next year?" Like, it was always miserable. And then we went one time in the summer, and she said, "I love this town." 2 different versions of Milwaukee. Yeah. Go in the summer, Doug, is what I recommend.
Yeah, Minneapolis is that way, too.
You can look down on St. Louis by texting in 314-399-9646. But Martin, Doug, and I will defend it against Jackson's attacks and what you're going to deal with tonight. And you are going out tonight, and you're going and getting bottle service?
He's not going.
Game time decision.
Oh.
GTD.
Can you even get bottle service if you haven't left St. Louis?
Not tonight. That's reserved for
I'm going to go with you tonight and defend your honor. Where are we going? I'll go.
Yeah, what's the move? Molly's is usually Jackson's spot.
No, I haven't been to Molly's in a good long while.
That's because you're a man in love.
Yeah, but last time I was there, like Mardi Gras.
Why don't you do some Molly and then go to a new place?
No ecstasy. No ecstasy. Probably if I were to go, I'd be like Tam Ave Bar.
Yeah, that's your spot.
Dogtown.
Tam Ave Bar.
Yeah.
That's the name of it?
Yes.
Tam Ave.
Guess where it is, Doug?
Tam Avenue.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's where Max used to be.
Yes. So like the restaurant right next to it. Yeah.
I'd have libations there. Sometimes picking up the Max Burgers, baby. Skanksgiving in St. Louis is a lot like when a new neighborhood in Chicago or New York starts gentrifying. Cultured folks show up, take one good look at the pores and the fats, and pay for them to get out of the way. Going to be a content factory tonight, fellas. Mazel tov, that's from Little Tommy Tribbins, and he drives around on a trike out in a parking lot, Martin. Little guy lives in a neighborhood down the street, texts into the program, Little Tommy Tribbins. Good kid, too. Hard worker. He'll muck and he'll grind.
What towns can we look down upon? We'll take your text.
314.
It's a dwindling list.
And Janet, though, is defending our honor, and I appreciate that.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you, Janet. Janet, feel free to call in and go after Mario in Chicago/Charlotte at 314-974-0101, or you can send in an email and compete, because we got a showdown today, brother. Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach. It's Wednesday, November 27th, but for TMA, it is the last show of the month of November, and that means the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day will be settled today between Buck Swope and the JV Golf Coach. You can compete with them as well the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. I don't know what the lead is today, sports-wise.
Skanksgiving depression.
I agree with that. Is it the Dodgers becoming the New York Yankees of the 1990s, or is it the college football playoff ranking? We'll figure it out next on TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
There's still time to load up on groceries. Going to do all that cooking today in advance of tomorrow. And the best place to load up is at Schnucks. They still have the unbeatable meal deal going on for Thanksgiving. If you're going to put out a spread, like to put out a spread for the whole family, you can do it for less than $4 per person. It's all part of the unbeatable meal deal. That centerpiece, of course, is the turkey. The prices this year at Schnucks, the lowest they've been in 14 years, going all the way back to 2010. Glorious Steve Spagnuolo in year 2. Limit one Schnucks whole frozen turkey, $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. You got to have the sides, stovetop stuffing, 2 for $4. Sweet potatoes, only 39 cents per pound. All the sides, low prices, added up, less than $4 per person. 10 people, less than $40. You can do it with this math at Schnucks. Stop by, also download that app, get the rewards, save money. Schnucks makes your holidays.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson navigating number 1, texting Robert Thomas at 6:15 this morning. Number 2, fearful that he's going to be made fun of tonight by his friends who have moved to Dallas, New York, Boston, and Nashville for still living in St. Louis. You can help Jackson by calling the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You can watch the show and talk it over with other friends of the Feather. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Doug, you are so good at picking the lead. What is the lead today? I mean, we got the Blues, we got the Devils, and we'll tend to that because Robert Thomas is going to come on and Jackson's going to apologize for the early text.
But more than Jackson or Bob, don't we've got a full Blue. Who else is on the show? Jeremy Rutherford.
He's always on Wednesdays, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, who I think is one of the finest people I know.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jamie Rivers is on there. We got full Blues on the dossier.
Nice. So with what took place in the last, I would say at this point, we're talking 12 hours because the college football playoff ranking show started late as Memphis is now undefeated and surging as they won again last night, but that delayed the start of the college football playoff ranking show. And then overnight, do you like that overnight instead of overnight?
No, you've got time to say over.
Blake Snell signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and not only do they have a lineup that's pretty damn good, they now have a rotation for their defense of the World Championship that includes Blake Snell, Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Tyler Glasnow, and then your pick of Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Bobby Miller, and Clayton Kershaw to finish out for the 5th spot. Thoughts? Concerns on the lead?
They're also the leading contender to get the next big thing from Japan, Roki Sasaki, who's another right-hander, supposed to be a great player. It's pretty frightening. I see they have, since the start of last offseason, they have signed 5 players to contracts of $100 million or more. That's the same amount as the rest of baseball combined. It's pretty frightening.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is the data on that fun fact for no one tell. For the record, it's 5 contracts worth at least $100 million, and that's since the start of last offseason. That is the same of all of the other 29 teams combined. That is a hell of a data point.
Is their slogan, "We're not sitting this one out"? You think they're sending a clear message? It's pretty amazing, though, when you rattle off all those names. They didn't have any pitching in the postseason.
They had 3 guys, and they kind of bullpen started a lot.
They had to go to the bullpen so often, so they're just going to load on up. I wonder if there'll be an alliance with the rest. You can't do collusion anymore, but doesn't this, if you're the Reds, the Pirates, Brewers, we'll throw the Cardinals in there too, even though maybe they're not the small market some of those are. Don't you say to yourself, holy crap. I mean, it's a little out of, I mean, could the Cardinals spend more money? Yes. Could the Pirates spend more money? Yes. Nobody can spend this amount. I'm without seeing the books, I would guess. Nobody else, Yankees, I guess, Red Sox, maybe.
And for the record,
like
we're just talking about the rotation.
Right.
This is the lineup they sent out against Garrett Cole to win the World Series. You had the National League MVP, 50-50 man leading off, Shohei Ohtani. He was protected by Mookie Betts, who was protected by Freddie Freeman, who had Teoscar Hernandez hitting behind him, Max Muncy behind him, Enrique Hernandez, who really doesn't do much except for a few weeks at a time for fantasy baseball purposes during the regular season, but he loves October. Then NLCS MVP, friend of the Cardinals, Tommy Edman, catcher Will Smith, and second baseman Gavin Lux. So you have there's your lineup. Then you have that rotation, which you sit there and you go, okay, well, if that they can maintain some semblance of health, how do they not win 105 plus games in 2025?
Well, the teams that will be playing will be on scholarship, too. Nice. That's all I can come
Are the
up with.
Pirates really on scholarship?
No, a lot of walk-ons there. You wonder, are they really making that much more money than everybody else? I can understand how they could be at the top of the list, but is it $500 million more than everybody else? Is the difference that stark?
They signed Will Smith. I think it was opening day when the Cardinals were there. They announced a deal for him, and it was like, $120 million. He's probably 10th or 12th. And like if the Cardinals signed somebody today for $100 million, it'd be a major headline. And I'm telling you, Will Smith, I'm going to look it up. Maybe the chairman can. I would say he's about 12th on their payroll.
Right. The Cardinals are trying to get rid of former All-Stars who make $30 million a year.
Right.
Their television deal that they signed on January 28th of this year, Doug, that's $8.35 billion.
Over how many years?
25. That is their television deal.
25.
They have the highest attendance in baseball. The thing that whereas Miles Michaelis got a lot of attention for calling it checkbook baseball before the Cardinals opened up the season with the Dodgers, is their farm system. They have been able to develop players as well. Now, I want to make this clear. The reason why they also have been able to have this kind of roster rotation is not solely because of that, or not even maybe 50% of it. It's because of their liquidity. But they have had success with developing players. However, a number of the players that I just named were not in-house commodities.
If it continues this way, the rest of baseball at some point might get together and say, that's it. We've got to change it. We've got to get a salary cap. We've got a salary floor and a salary cap. And if it means we don't play for a year, then we don't play for a year, because it can't continue this way. Most of the league cannot compete, can't keep up. And it would, I think, be the best thing that could possibly happen for baseball at large if they did that. I'm not sure it's going to happen. I know the players will fight it, but at some point you're going to have to say, let them fight it, sit out a year, sit out 2 if we have to. We just can't keep going on this way.
But you don't want to win the offseason, remember. How many years are you told that? You can't win the offseason, Doug. You want to win the press conference, you don't want to win the offseason. Yeah. So, really? Are the updated odds out for the World Series for the Dodgers?
Yes, the Dodgers are plus 450 to win the World Series. Plus 400, it's dropped. Plus 400.
Who's next, Yankees?
To win the World Series, and then the Yankees are after the Dodgers as of right now.
Maybe they should just play those two.
And then everybody else can...
Fox just roll it out.
Plus 400 right now in November? Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
Wait till they sign Soto.
Yeah, geez.
I actually hope they do. That would be better, wouldn't
then
it?
It gets kind of the discussion going a little more substantially. But, 20 years ago, we were having a similar conversation with regard to the Yankees and the Red Sox. And has anybody watched the comeback on Netflix.
At the Red Sox
Me and
one?
Sherman Kurt, yeah. I mean, they had a real arms race. The Alex Rodriguez thing kind of laid the foundation for it. Don Zimmer was tossed aside by Pedro Martinez.
Just like a bull running right to the matador, just gets rushed aside.
And all of the talk from 96 through that point was the Yankees and the Red Sox and their spending, but in particular the Yankees, who won in 96, were in the playoffs again in 97 before having perhaps their best team in 98, winning again in 99, winning again in 2000, and were a ninth inning with Mariano Rivera on the mound away from winning again in 2001. And so all of the talk was you can't have the Yankees doing what they're doing 20 plus years later. Now we're back to that conversation with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And man, if they do sign Soto, can you imagine what that would do for the conversation? Doug, you have some business to tend to here. What do you have?
Well, Collier and Thompson.
Yeah, the phone line sponsor.
If you want to redo your basement, I bet the Dodgers could redo their entire stadium with Collier and Thompson. I don't know that they work in L.A. They work in St. Louis. This is where they've been since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 160 years of experience now. Yeah, more than 160 years of experience. I'm not kidding. I'm reading
kind of well timed.
Yeah, I'm not making this stuff up, Mo. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati are the owners. They've been there for more than 20 years. They'd love to show you around their kitchen displays, their showroom. It's at more than 10,000 square feet. It's out there on Manchester in Baldwin. You can get all kinds of great ideas what to do with your home, and then you say the word and Collier and Thompson will go into action, and they'll send the top contractors, the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, everything. Some of the best people in St. Louis work for Collier and Thompson and have for many years, and they can turn your house into an absolute showplace. They do kitchens and bathrooms and basements, wine rooms and man caves and bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices. They'll knock out a wall on your first floor to open things up. They can do it all at Collier and Thompson, and they do it better than anyone else in town. They're not going to be the cheapest. They're not going to be the most expensive. They're right there in the sweet spot where you know you're getting great quality and a great value. Check out the before and after pictures on their website. Get some ideas what you can do with your home. You're going to love them if you work with Collier and Thompson, AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
Salary caps and floors in MLB are not possible without replacing anywhere between 10 to 15 ownership groups. Only hedge fund managers and billionaires whose value are not tied into leveraged sports franchises can't afford it. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack, and his last name is Demoff.
You say can afford it? Is that what he said?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I think there is a concern. Teams like the Pirates make money every year because they get the... What's it called? The assistance.
Luxury tax.
They get money from the rest of the league, and then they don't even try and field a winning team.
And they're not the only ones, but they certainly are a focal point.
Yeah, and they cash all these checks. So there is an issue at the top and at the bottom. And that's the Cardinals kind of live in that middle, which is probably incredibly frustrating because you're sort of trying. Pirates aren't trying, and they're making money, and the Dodgers are just blowing you out of the water spending-wise.
I think, weirdly, one of the worst things that happened to the Cardinals was to win the World Series in 2006 and 2011 the way they did with the regular season they had, as opposed to whether it be the 2004 team as being obvious or the 2005 team, which was another 100-win team, or the 2015 team. Because I think it's set, whether it was subconscious or not, a mindset inside the organization that you just get into the tournament. The issue is, recently, especially with the format Major League Baseball has, it is kind of just get into the tournament. This year was the first year where you didn't have that, but the last 2 years before that, in 22 and 23, you had the 6 seeds from the National League win the pennant. Your thoughts are welcome on the conversation. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. The college football playoff rankings came out, and Doug, I'll tell you something. If you like chaos, if you like anarchy, settle in on Sunday, December 8th in front of your television, because all hell's about to break loose. Mark my words, all hell's about to break loose, and it's essentially going to be like a civil war, because it's going to be the North versus the South, and I can already see it being set up by what we have in the rankings, and we have that coming your way, in addition to an angry Robert Thomas about being stirred from his slumber.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I don't blame him at all.
Angry Bob.
Jamie Rivers as well. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family-owned, locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that is why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard in compensation, and that is awesome in this industry. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years at Michael's. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And then this rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome and now back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. Those locations are in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. The holidays are here, and many people love to entertain and show off their home. There's no better way to do that than getting floored at Michael's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the New Jersey Devils right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug, the Fighting Illini, they're ranked. The Missouri Tigers, they're ranked. But I don't think either are live for the college football playoff. Yeah, I'm willing to say it right here.
Gosh, not a true son.
Mizzou's 21, Illinois 23.
That's right, that's right. Missouri, a 3-point favorite on what could be a snowy Faroe field. Chairman Kurt, you're going too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll be bundled up and up there.
Yeah.
Last time seeing Luther.
That's right.
You still on the prowl for your dream girl that you saw just
tiger
once?
stripe dress down in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I mean, it would be ideal to see her up there.
You're going to do nothing?
Stare at her awkwardly.
Fool me twice, you know.
So that could be a situation if you do have a snowy game in Faurot Field on Saturday. Illinois taking on Northwestern as a 7.5 point favorite, depending on where you wager. But as it stands right now, the Indiana Hoosiers are in as the 10 seed. Currently, they would be the 11th seed, the 10th ranked team, but 11th seed because of the way the conference champions move around. Number 1, Oregon. Number 2, Texas. Again, this is actually the bracket, not the rankings. And then you have Miami, Boise State all getting the byes, not the Big 12 champion. There's actually a chance the Big 12 champion would not get into the college football playoff. And I think there is a mindset, and they went out of their way to try to point this out last night on the college football playoff show, that they're not guaranteed a spot. It's the highest ranked conference champions. And therefore, theoretically, the Big 12 could be left out. As it stands right now, Arizona State is the 12 and would head to Ohio State, but Arizona State is by no means guaranteed to be in the college football playoff. Tennessee would play Georgia in a rematch. I wonder if they would allow that to happen. I would imagine they might try to move the numbers around to not have a rematch in the first round. Indiana would head to Penn State, and SMU would head to Notre Dame. From last night's rankings, from the dialogue following, anything stand out to you, gentlemen?
My favorite part was the committee chair. Is it Ward Manuel? When they asked him about Indiana, he said, we like some of the things they did in that game. And I was like, what? Did he have a talking point? Like, they're going to ask you about Indiana. He said, we like some of the things they did.
And then the next thing he said was, we dropped them 5 spots, but we liked what they did.
Yeah. So we're going to be scaling back next year for a reset, but we're going to be good. Like, wait,
it seems to me if you got 12 teams in this, if you got room for a dozen teams, the Big 12 champion ought to be in there somewhere. It seems to me if you're a Power 4 conference, your champion ought to be one of the top 12 to get in.
Well, they rank them and then they seed them, right? So
That's
it gets
correct.
a little confusing.
That's exactly right. I mean, Ohio State is ranked second, but Texas in the bracket is the 2 seed. You know, I talked a little bit about this last week. I don't know if there is a sport that I love, even when my team isn't involved, more than college football. But it's just an asinine premise. And it's full of contradictions. I watched Reese Davis's interview with Ward Manuel last night, and he is the committee chair. And he said, we're focusing this year more on the numbers on the left and not on the right. In other words, we're focusing more on the wins and not the losses, because that's what's on the right when you look at a team's record. But then you take a look at the actual standings, and it kind of looks like an AP poll from 1990. It's whoever has the lowest amount of losses until you get to a couple of SEC teams. There's just no consistency with it. And at the same time, I really can't fault them because I don't know what the right way to go about doing it is. It's so subjective. The SEC is much more like the NFL now. Not to say that anybody can beat anybody, but when you do have Vanderbilt beating Alabama and you have Oklahoma beating Alabama by 21, but Alabama has beat the team that many would pick to win the whole thing in Georgia, and Georgia went into Texas and beat the team that is currently the 2 seed, you have, I don't think there's a real way to effectively get it done. It's subjective, which then leads to, understandably so, people theorizing that this is all BS.
How is there not a equivalent to the RPI or the net ranking in basketball? You would always lean on that. And I think you felt pretty good about, okay, that's a good barometer of whether a team's really good or not. How do they not have that in college football? How do you have a bunch of guys in the room saying, well, they're ranked number 2? Well, what does that mean they're ranked number 2? Well, I think they're the 3rd best team. Well, what do you mean? With all of the computers and analytics, how is there not a number that just spits it out and tells you?
Well, you had it with the BCS, and then that was deemed obsolete. And so the committee appeared with the advance of expanding it to 4 teams. Now, one of the things that Ward Manuel pointed out, laying the foundation for what I think is going to come, which will be anarchy on that Sunday when they announce the brackets. That's December 8th, following the conference championship games. And that is 3 lost teams. Since the college football playoff, which started in 2014, 12 3-loss teams have been ranked in the top 12. And so they are laying the foundation, I think, for a 3-loss SEC team to get in. I don't know which one of the 3 is most likely because they're all in order at 13, 14, 15. Alabama, a 3-loss team. Ole Miss, a 3-loss team. South Carolina, a 3-loss team. I would tell you that it strikes me that South Carolina is actually positioned best of the 3 to move up, and the reason is they take on Clemson, the 12th-ranked team, at Clemson this Saturday, whereas Alabama takes on Auburn, and Auburn beat Texas A&M, but Auburn is not viewed as a top team, and they need to win just to get to bowl eligibility, and Ole Miss takes on a team that we just saw here locally in Mississippi State, and we know that's a slap-ass team. So as far as a team with an opportunity, that team is South Carolina. Furthermore, South Carolina lost by 2 in Tuscaloosa and 1 to LSU. And then they got buried, though, by Ole Miss at 27-3 at home. So then Ole Miss would go, oh, my God, they're going over us, and we beat them 27-3. I don't know how you actually, in good faith, have a conversation about something that has all kinds of contradictions. I don't think it's necessarily agenda-based, but I understand why fans look at it as such.
Yeah, I think, I look at it this way. I think there's a talking point that the SEC is a little weaker this year, but I think, and my alliance is to the black and gold, not to the blue and gold of the SEC.
Oh, Martin, that's why he's your guy.
But I don't think
Martin looks like a proud father right there.
I don't think the SEC is weaker. I think the SEC as a whole is much stronger. Therefore, the top dogs that have dominated don't look as great. And I don't think that any of the other conferences have caught up to what the SEC is doing in that regard. Like you just said, South Carolina has some of these great wins and then a big loss to Ole Miss. I just think all of the ships have risen in the SEC, whereas the Big Ten still has big discrepancy from the top to the bottom.
See, I don't think all of the ships have risen in the SEC. I think a number of the ships have risen, but because of that, some of the teams that would have these guys second on their depth charts, they transfer to other SEC schools or other schools around the country, and then that lifts up the opportunity for Vanderbilt, whether it be the Alabama win or to only lose by 7 at LSU on a Saturday night. I mean, that also would have been a foreign concept. They hung with Texas in Nashville. It's just a different state of affairs. But that, to me, I don't know how you then go, okay, well, Indiana lost 1 game. This team lost 3. They're going in, unless you go, we're just focusing on the wins. And not just the wins. Then it gets to the style points, which is why you saw Ryan Day run it up at the end against Indiana. You saw Dan Lanning run it up at the end against Michigan and Ann Arbor. And even though it's super random and nobody was paying attention to it, Shane Beamer run it up in the final minute against Wofford this past weekend. That's what goes on. Josh Heupel ran it up against UTEP. He ran it up against Missouri a couple years ago. I think Eli Drinkwitz would have loved to have the opportunity to run it up on him last year.
Almost did it to Mississippi State. Almost. If those efforts didn't calm down, he was going to do it to them. I'm still slightly confused on the format because if you read their bylaws or whatever,
are there bylaws?
They're just suggestions.
They're just suggestions. Thank you, Eric Grubman.
Guaranteed bids for the top 5 conference champions, right? Guaranteed bids.
Top 5 ranked conference champions.
Top 5. There's a guaranteed bid for the top 5 conference champions in the CFP rankings.
Okay, yes.
No conference will have an automatic bid. So
that's correct.
So I guess they don't negate each other, but it does confuse one.
That's so theoretically,
Guaranteed.
if the SEC didn't have anybody in the top 12, then by definition, the SEC could be.
Yeah, it could be happening. Arizona State could win the Big 12 and not get it.
That's correct.
And Tulane can also mess that all up.
Or Iowa State.
Yeah.
Baylor, by the way, is actually still alive. West Virginia is still alive.
We saw those odds earlier this week.
Plus 100,000. Texas, here is one that I think could cause all hell to break loose. I mean, the Indiana thing, keep an eye on that. Just because they're in right now does not mean they will remain in there. I thought that was kind of an odd thing last night. Like, okay, you beat Purdue, you're 29-point favorite, you're in. I'm not as sure about that because I think that they could go, okay, we're going to move. Alabama goes and beats Auburn, even though Auburn's garbage. They got the win against A&M. They have been playing better. They'll move Alabama in. South Carolina or Clemson. Either way, they're playing each other, so one of them is going to have another good win that I could see Indiana falling out. And you're going to go, my God. Or on the other side of it, A&M beats Texas, then loses to Georgia. And the talking point is, well, then A&M wouldn't get in. And you go, why would A&M not get in? They lost a fourth game to Georgia by getting the opportunity to get to the SEC Conference Championship game. And then who's their other loss to? A non-conference Notre Dame team that's currently ranked 5th. And then all the SEC schools are going to go, well, we're never going to schedule anybody of any caliber outside because Texas A&M could have scheduled UMass, like a bunch of teams in the SEC did, and they would only have 3 losses, plus they would have only had 2 going into the SEC Championship game, and they wouldn't have been penalized like, say, a Texas would have if they were sitting there with 2 losses. So you're setting up a circumstance where either you deem the value of the conference championship game to be irrelevant, but you got to keep it for television dollar reasons, or you set up SEC and Big Ten teams going, we're never going to schedule anybody non-conference because look what benefited Indiana. They had a weak non-conference schedule, and so they got 1 loss, and they got into the college football playoff. That is why over the next 12 days, all hell's going to break loose with this current format. Doug, your thoughts are welcome via the
you taking Doug's call?
Collier-Thompson phone lines, and you can also email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today.
And if hell's going to break loose, it's going to get hot, and you're going to need your air conditioning work done. But let's not worry about that at the moment. Let's worry about getting the furnace going because cooler temperatures are on the way. I'm seeing by the extended forecast, maybe not quite as cold as what they thought a couple days ago when they had temperatures going down in the teens, but they do have them going down in the low 20s this weekend, so that's plenty cold enough to get that furnace cranking. Hopefully you got it maintained over the summer or the fall. If not, Seth Goldcamp and his crew at Design Air are right there waiting for your call if you need them, and they will hustle out there as they've done for me a couple different times. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 people since 1904, and they are the longest running and proud sponsors of the TMA show. Been known for their honesty, that they go above and beyond the call of duty with each job that they handle. They take their reputation very seriously. Some of their technicians have been with them for many, many years. I've had a couple guys out to my house that said they worked there for 25 years. These guys know what they are doing. They are simply the best in town. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designair.com. That's designair, air with an E.com.
All right, 8 o'clock coming your way. Jackson, what do we have coming up at 8 o'clock? Robert Thomas.
Yeah, so
Robert Thomas is going to join us coming up on the other side of the
Is that an
commercial break.
8-1?
Yeah.
And we're in 7-3.
Yes.
I'll text him.
We'll text him to make sure. That's coming up. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Holiday season, gift-giving season, what to give, what to get somebody. I know what a great idea is. I love getting a great massage or giving the gift of a massage. It's me time with Massage Envy. Get the gift card for your friends, and when you spend $150 in gift cards, you get a free $40 promo card for you to keep for yourself, or you could add it to someone else's gift. This is going on until December 31st. Great deal. Spend $150, get $40 free back to add to the gift or to keep for yourself. It's me time with Massage Envy, and your friends, your family members can use that gift card for a massage, facial, stretch session. You can do this by stopping by Offer Good in location only. Not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. It's Massage Envy, the gift this holiday season. The gift of me time. It's stressful this time of year. Best thing to do, relax, get a massage from Massage Envy. Give the gift of me time.
Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Jackson defending St. Louis against his friends who will be here tonight for the Skanksgiving festivities. The Cardinals and what to do with the Dodgers now acquiring Blake Snell to have a rotation that is littered with top-tier talent in addition to a lineup that was already littered with Hall of Famers and the college football playoff rankings. Plus, Jackson woke up Robert Thomas at 6:15 this morning, and he is going to join us here in a matter of moments. That's what you can catch in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Yesterday, I mentioned on the program that as I was driving to the station, I saw that I had a little notification on my vehicle, and it was A16, Doug. A16 was the notification.
You need an oil change.
And that's what it was.
Right.
And then Jamie Burkhardt of Munganess is listening to the program. He immediately says, not a big deal, not urgent, but I'm going to connect you right now with Ryan Seiberg, and we're going to get you in and get that thing taken care of.
Really?
That's the kind of service you get at Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Plus, they're as accessible as they can be to the TMA audience. And they set up a number specific for the TMA audience, and that number is 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. Call it or text it. It's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Robert Thomas next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
If you're in the market for a new vehicle this holiday season or pre-owned, a hybrid, an electric car, if you're getting a new vehicle, you want to make sure you're getting a great auto loan, and you can do that with Together Credit Union. Competitive interest rates, flexible terms. They can do things other lenders can't do. You can apply online, real simple. No application fees. Just go online and apply, or stop by any of the 14 area Together Credit Unions. Find out more about these great auto loans this holiday season. Line up your auto loan ahead of time. Make sure you're getting the lowest rate possible. Together Credit Union is also partnered with auto dealerships throughout the metro area. You can actually ask them about a Together Credit Union auto loan. When buying that vehicle this holiday season, make sure you get a great rate. Apply online. No application fees. The latest service from our friends at Together Credit Union. Stop by those 14 area locations or go online. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is the Morning After, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel, 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well. Two choices for you. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Well, it sounds like you're a little sleepy, and our fear is that Jackson's text to you at 6:15 this morning woke you up, and you are going to be sluggish throughout the day and have a rough game tonight, and we are going to blame Jackson for you not getting good sleep. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, let him have it.
Give it to him, Robert.
My bad. My bad. It's my accountability. It's on me.
As a professional athlete, what's an acceptable time in the morning for someone to text?
I mean, to be honest, I had my phone turned off anyways. No one's waking me up with a text.
Okay, good. All right, there. Jackson,
really
you don't
hate
even
to hear
have
you
the
say
power
that.
you thought you had.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one, but no, I got a newborn at home, so I've been up at 7 a.m. for probably the last year, so I'm used to it.
Oh, so maybe, Jackson, you helped this club tonight.
Yeah, I was like a little alarm clock.
Robert, if you, what do they like to say, Tim? They tucked it in the net. If you tuck a couple away tonight, do you want Jackson to text you every day until the streak stops?
No, I'm okay.
All right. Sounds like that superstition is going to also be put to bed. Robert, I thought you were asked immediately on Monday at Madison Square Garden about Jim Montgomery, and I'm certainly looking forward to discussing everything that took place on Sunday and Monday in the game on Monday night with you. But I thought one of the things, and it kind of exudes class, and I think a lot of fans thought so as well, is you said, before we get going on that, I want to make sure I say some things about Drew Bannister, because it's a tough spot. People are excited about Jim Montgomery, but this wasn't necessarily, I think, a referendum on Drew Bannister so much as, hey, Jim Montgomery's available, and we think this is going to make us a better organization. And I thought it was a first-class thing on your part to make sure that you spoke on behalf of the team for your appreciation for Drew Bannister. So before we get into Montgomery and the game against the Rangers and everything that happened with you guys, what would you want to say to the 101 ESPN audience about your former coach?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Obviously, it was a tough day for, anytime you have a change, it's always tough. You feel for the guy going out, and yeah, he was a great person, a great coach, and he's got a great family as well. So I really wish him and his family all the best, and hope he gets another shot at it soon.
And you guys on Sunday morning find out that the change has been made following the loss to the Islanders. You obviously know Jim Montgomery quite well from his time with the Blues. What was that 24, 48 hours like for the players?
Yeah, obviously really exciting to have someone come in with that resume, that caliber, who's not only for guys that have had him, but guys that have just seen his name, how well respected he is around the league. And guys were so excited. This is a guy that, the organization and obviously the players believe is going to be here for a long time. And that's really exciting. And just his hockey mind, his humor, he's a really funny guy. I'm sure a lot of you guys will get to know that over the years, and we were so pumped.
What did you remember about that 2-year run as an assistant? Give people a little insight into the impact he had as an assistant on Chiefs staff.
Yeah, when you're an assistant coach, you're kind of more personable. You're able to, whether it's video or just the relationship you have with players is obviously different than a head coach. And for a lot of us, he was really big on helping young guys out and helping guys take steps in their career. And when I look back, I think about myself and Kairu and Bucci, and obviously the big step we've taken a couple of years ago. And, I point to him. I say he really helped us. He was, whether it's, phone calls, meetings, different things, video, he was a really big part of that. And for me as a player now, it's super exciting. We have so many good young players coming up and so much exciting talent, and they get to witness the Jim Montgomery that helped me get to where I am. So that's really exciting.
Did Montgomery make any game strategy type changes for Monday night, or is it too early to do that kind of thing?
Yeah, he did. Definitely little things. You can't really change up too much at this point. It's a slow change, but we came out excited. We came out hungry, and we really took it to the Rangers, and it was really exciting to see.
One of the things that stood out throughout the course of that game was just how you guys were all over the place and firing shots on the net. Now, I realize the Rangers the last couple of games have given up a large number of shots to both the Flames and the Oilers, but for you guys to have 44 shots, a season high, and only had more than 31 shots, I think, two or one other game, that was certainly noticeable. And then also the play and the comfort level, it appeared, of Zach Bolduc. So was that something that was discussed in advance of the game? Is, hey, this is something that with this team, with this talent, this is going to be a better approach for the Blues to have success?
Yeah, it's funny because in our room we really believe in our guys. We think we're a lot better offensive team than we've shown, and we have a ton of skill. That Sonny, Boldy, and Holly line was, in my opinion, our best line last game. They were all over the puck. Holly and Boldy were dancing around, and as a guy, that's so fun to see. It's amazing. I love to see Boldy, Holly are such great guys and great players, and to kind of see them come into their own and play a game like that's really exciting. And like Brady said after about, that's a great start, and just got to find consistency now.
And you could probably relate to a guy like, I can't call him Boldy, Tim, because I'm not on the team, but right. Zach Bolduc is who he's referring to there. But when you're a top pick, first-round pick, and there's always pressure that comes with that, is part of that as a young player, is there any part of it where you're trying to kind of live up to the hype?
Yes and no. I would say, yeah, you're always trying. I think people have high expectations of themselves more than anything the media or anyone could put on them. That's what I believe in, and I think that's the same case with him. I think he believes and expects himself to be at a level that not a lot of people expect him to be at. So I think he's got a lot of strong belief. He's a great kid. He's a lot of fun in the locker room. The French guys always are, and they're always loud, and it's a lot of fun.
But it was Holly who yelled, "Take your shirt off."
Yeah, we want to play this audio for you here, Robert. They had the behind the scenes. I know Montgomery was mic'd up for the game at the Garden, and we have this audio. We've done some audio forensics. We want your response, certainly, as the guy wearing the seat. Jackson, here it is.
Take your shirt off.
Right there at the end.
Kind of brief.
Yeah, kind of a higher pitch.
Yeah. And
we believe that was Holloway yelling at Bolduc to take his shirt off. Is that also a tradition in the room?
First off, I didn't know you guys were the CIA. I didn't hear that part of it. But, that's pretty funny.
It was. It was a funny, and we thought it was funny because somebody yells at it at the end. We're like, who is it? We figured out it was Holloway because we do that kind of deep research on the show. But before that, it's actually a pretty emotional moment because Shenner's talking about Kelly Chase, someone that you know well.
And the Scholdies.
The Scholdies. And I was texting with Trevor Nickerson last night. I said, is that new? And I think they've had, is that the first time they've done that?
Yeah, we just got him for this trip, so it's something that we were thinking about for a while, and obviously the timing of everything kind of made it perfect.
We've already thrown out Boldy and Holly. Is it annoying for players when they hear the media calling players by their nicknames when they don't really know the guys?
Yeah,
very well?
Just a bunch of nerds who can't skate and don't know our asses from a hole in the ground, and now we're talking to you like we're in the room. That's got to be a turnoff.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I never really thought about it, so, but yeah, probably.
Yeah,
well, that's good to hear, Tomer.
We should stop.
Yeah. Oh, no.
What? What's wrong? I'm
you
just trying to fit
do
in.
That. But then,
I see what you did there.
Yeah,
it's high-level stuff. Right?
And then people throw out Bob Thomas. Do you go by that?
You guys listen to Stewie too much on this show.
Doug, stop listening to Stewie.
All right, I'll quit.
I wanted to get your thoughts on this because I thought this was noticeable, and maybe I'm looking too much into it, kind of like the audio forensics on Holloway. Jim Montgomery, both with the way he addressed you guys right before Shen handed the Kelly Chase shoulder pads to Bolduc, and then also in his comments to the media, he said it to you guys and he said it to the media. We're a good hockey team. and he said, you guys were going to be a good hockey team. We got some things, but we're a good hockey team. In other words, I think that's kind of the way he's known for coaching. You would know since you had worked with him before. But he doesn't want the mindset of the fan base at the very least, and perhaps the guys in the room are actually playing the game to go, yeah, this is a retool. We'll be fortunate to be hanging around in the playoffs. No, there's skill here. Just like you were saying at the outset, Robert, there's skill here, and we can do something. We're a good hockey team. And I thought that was noticeable in the comments to you guys right after beating the Rangers and also to the media. Do you think that there is a method to that? And what is your opinion of what he is saying with you guys both publicly and behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think as a player, the message that's the strongest is when you have a guy like that who probably could go to pretty much any team in the league, and he knows the Blues, the management, he knows the coaches, he knows probably half the players he's worked with, and he chooses to come to St. Louis because he believes in the team and the organization. I think that's the strongest message that he could ever send. And I think that brought a lot of confidence and energy into our room. And, it's I can't stress it enough how exciting it is.
It's great that we have a former Blues goalie listening to the show and texting in. That, of course, is
Chris Joseph.
He never played.
Mike Liut.
No, this is actually Daddy Padre.
He never played the game.
And he says, ask Tomer what Bucci's been doing with his tape job the last few games. He is missing quite literally a chunk of tape on the back of his stick. That comes from Daddy Padre.
More CIA work.
I thought he was inside the room with you guys, but apparently he's not. Anything that you've been investigating on the tape of Pavel Buchnevich's stick?
Yeah, I don't know how you guys notice this kind of stuff. I didn't notice it. I was just assuming that he always gets mad when someone steps on a stick, and I think it happens in the first couple of shifts of the period every time. But I don't think he does it. I don't think he tapes it like that on purpose.
Yeah, this show has a lot of high-level investigations going on.
Well, that one we didn't do. That was Daddy Padre, the great emergency goalie guy.
Emergency backup goalie. Yeah.
No, it's a stupid question.
That's right. Thank you.
Appreciate
it. Robert, we appreciate the time. Certainly looking forward tonight. I think the building is going to be alive as can be on Saturday night when you guys get back home for the welcome for Jim Montgomery, and hopefully you'll be carrying a 2-game winning streak into the festivities against the Flyers.
Yep, that's what we're hoping to do. Should be an exciting one. Devils are playing really good, and it'll be a fun test for us.
Absolutely. The Devils tonight, pregame 5 p.m. here on 101 ESPN, then the Blues back at home. Puck drop 6 p.m. on Saturday against the Flyers. Robert, we appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for the time.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Robert Thomas with us here. Yeah, we're going to call him by nickname now that we've been welcomed to do so. I did that same thing when I sat down with Brody for my podcast, and I said, do I call you Chief?
Yeah, it feels weird.
Yeah, and he goes, I don't know. It's what everybody calls me, so, whatever you want to call me.
I was in the locker room once when Malcolm Briggs of Channel 5 called Adam Oates Oatesy. He said, hey, Oatesy. And Oates turned around and said, my name is Adam.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Media trying to nerd out, but then called out for trying to be an insider.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Yeah. Who is that drop, Jackson?
Lance Lynn.
That's
Tracks.
perfect. That's 100% on brand.
He totally played me when they made the deal and got Tommy Pham back, and I said, Lance, how you doing? He said, what do you got? And I said, doing a thing about Tommy Pham coming back, and you were one of the guys who played with him. And he said, yeah, I never played with him. And I'm like, I know he did. I know. And he said, sorry. And I walked away, and I got my phone. I looked, I think we're teammates for like 3 years.
God bless Lance Lynn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know we have Jamie Rivers, who's going to join us coming up as well. We have the Daily Blues hits that are usually at 8:15, but pushed back a little bit today because of Robert Thomas's conversation. JR joins us, presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, coming up at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called The Morning After, and it is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. I had a chance to meet with Stewie and his son at Stewart's American Mortgage a couple weeks ago, and I walked out and I went, I don't know why anybody would go anywhere else, especially when he gives out his cell phone number of 314-324-4440. He called me last week, and that was the number he called me on. That's his real number, and you can call it right now. Plus, Google the bagel loan. That's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage, and he joins us right now. And Stewie, let's get to the bottom of talking about 100% financing on a purchase. What is the status and what is your counsel to our audience?
Tim, there are so many opportunities out there to buy a home. You know, buying your home is your castle. Living in somebody else's house, you're paying them rent, you're paying them stuff. Buy a home. You can get 100% financing if you're a veteran, first-time home buyer. If you're not a veteran, you can get 100% financing. The bagel loan, no closing costs. You can get into a house with little to no money at all. And this is a big misconception out there. People think they have to put down 20% or they need a lot of money to do it. You don't. Go ahead and buy your home. Stop paying other people's mortgage payments. You can get in quick. We can close you in as quick as 10 days. Go submit your contract. Tell the seller, hey, it doesn't take me 2 months to get it done. I can be in this house 10 days. They're going to grab your contract, no closing costs, little to no money in the transaction. What's your excuse? Make it happen now.
You can do so with Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage. The number is 314-324-4440. And that's not just a number to an office. That's his cell number, 314-324-4440, or Google the bagel loan. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. He is feeling alive because Robert Thomas said he did not get his early morning text, and so Jackson feels absolved from any potential poor performance from number 18 tonight.
Can I be honest? This is honesty in the media, right?
It is.
Sure.
I would have felt worse had I messed up the Central Time, East Coast time, and he was expecting 7 than I would if he was like, oh, yeah, you woke me up, and that was annoying. I would have felt worse about him being on too early than maybe waking him up just a little early. And that's just being honest, and that might be deemed inconsiderate or selfish.
Sure.
But that's where my anxieties lie.
Oh, okay.
And that's what kept you up last night, tossing and a turning.
He didn't seem too worried about any of it.
If anything, he seems a little concerned with how much we're digging into things like Buchnevich's stick tape, and then also Dylan Holloway yelling, "Take your shirt off." And boy, that really is a high-pitched request. And I'll be watching tonight to see if anybody has to take their shirt off. Take a listen.
I had the phone up.
Take your shirt off.
It's like a Beavis and Butthead character a little bit.
Take your shirt off.
Oh, gosh.
They're just having a little fun. But that was CIA work that the chairman did as
audio
part of the
forensics from the
show.
chairman.
But the next tape reference, that was actually Stewie Daddy Padre.
That's
and I got
correct.
thrown for a loop.
DBA Tyler Stewart.
And I said, do they call you Bob Thomas? He
And
said,
then I had a live call-in with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage.
And I thought he meant that Stewie was calling him Bob Thomas, and I got very confused. By the way, friend of the show, Luis Noya, used to work with me at 550, listening in Puerto Rico. And at the outset of the show, we were breaking down Platte County and Seneca, and he said, I've got the show on. And my dad down here in Puerto Rico said, what the hell is this?
It's been going on for 2 decades.
What the hell
Same
is
response.
this?
You can watch the program and wonder what the hell is this by going to youtube.com/TMASTL. And Johnny Cakes is in there, and he says, KG, let us use 7 TV remotes. That's from Johnny Cakes. Doug, you remember him? He makes delicious pancakes up in, was that New Hampshire where he plowed Vito? Was that right?
Yes. I just don't remember.
Live Free or Die episode?
Okay.
Yeah,
really
I watch
good.
that one more often than any other. It's just my thing, though, and we're not going to kink shame. You can call in and talk it over with Callier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101, and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That is how you can get involved. Guys, Holloway sounds like Shorzy, and I'm upset that Pale hasn't mentioned it. That's from The Grease Effect.
A little different. I mean,
there's a few Shorzy from Letterkenny references in the text inbox.
It's
Painter guy also.
It's like more like Letterkenny Shorzy and not the spin-off show Shorzy. Martin has his hand up. Martin, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, who's Shorzy?
So there's this Canadian television show, this comedy show made by Jared Keeso, who plays Shorzy, and he also plays the main character Wayne in Letterkenny. And what started as just like a bit with this guy Shorzy turned into its own spin-off show. It's a really funny show.
How do you have time to watch all of these TV shows?
I don't know. What do people do in their free time?
If you tell that story again, I'm going to go face down into a pillow. What? Shorzy played Jack Tizo?
Jared Keeso plays Shorzy in Letterkenny, and it was so popular that they made it into a spin-off show about, like, adult hockey in Canada.
And Holly sounds like Shorzy.
A little bit, but it's not quite there.
Okay. We have a text from the 314. When I heard that Blues audio, I just assumed there was a female reporter in there. It sounded like a horned-up boy in one of our 15 all-boy Catholic schools talking to the hot 25-year-old teacher. That's from the 314. It is a hype. Maybe he's doing an impression.
I don't know that it sounded like a horned
Well, let's get Holly on the show.
That's what we need
Maybe Tomer can line it up, and if not, we'll get Ruzi to phone in or Bucci.
Let me hear it, Jay.
You need a decoder ring when the coach talks about the team.
Take your shirt off.
Well,
Take your shirt off.
maybe it was a horned-up boy now that I hear it a few more times.
Snag that on.
Well, it was a great moment saluting the toughness and the courageousness of Kelly Chase, and we've spun it off into this.
Yeah.
Okay?
Jackson has no clue what he's talking about. That's from Daddy Padre, and now the Blues backup goaltender is in
He's
the
not the
YouTube
backup.
chat.
Just like in general or on this Shorzy topic? Because I've seen every episode of Letterkenny and Shorzy. I'm fairly confident.
Every episode.
Now Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson acknowledges is attractive, but he says he's not attracted to, says, "Oh my God, literally no one knows or cares about these stupid Canadian liberal comedies." That's from Eric in the Central West End.
But it's about hockey. I thought that's what I was supposed to do, was care about hockey.
But
What do you
does it
want
have a
from me?
liberal slant to it?
I don't know. I don't watch it through that lens. I'm not always trying to be offended.
Jackson doesn't touch grass. That's from The Ken.
Can I ever speak and like people just be like, "Hey, that was nice, Jackson," and then move on, or does it always have to be this whole thing?
Yeah.
On this day in Blues history, Libby Jack woke up Robert Thomas, and the Blues got their asses kicked in New Jersey. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
I disagree. I think this road trip, we're going to look back on Kerber's lucky phone, bringing you Jim Montgomery on the radio by holding up a phone in 2024.
Yes.
That's our technology.
Well, we did it.
And then you got Chaser's Shouldies, and then you got the wake-up call.
I mean, what if Chaser's Shouldies become a thing and this team goes on a run?
My TKO last night was sort of alluding how over the years you have work boots they give out. Remember
Joey
they had,
Vitale work boots.
and then they had
Hard
the
hat.
hot dog hat for a while, hard hat, and they had one that was like a wiener dog, like a wiener hat, like hot dog hat.
Yeah, phallic
It's
hot.
very silly. This one actually is going to have a little emotion attached to it.
You better believe it.
And maybe it'll become a thing.
The Shouldies, yeah. With Chasers battling, you better believe it. So that was awesome that it timed out. The first time they did that was after Jim Montgomery's first win. Jamie Rivers is going to join us coming up. Is that now?
Let's just do it. Jamie has a hard out at 8:40.
Well, then let's do it right now.
Let's do it. Here he is right now. Hey, hello, Jamie.
Just into the newsroom.
Hi, Jamie.
Hey, guys, how we doing?
There he is, right
Are
there.
you impressed with the sophistication of how you can just call in and you're immediately on the air on this program?
It is high tech, I'll tell you that.
It is amazing. Hey, I was listening to you talking about Montgomery and what you noticed, not just in the morning skate, but of course the game on Monday night on the fast lane yesterday afternoon. And I thought it really drove home what you and John Kelly were talking about on the broadcast. The energy, the manner with which the guys were carrying themselves, it just looked and felt different. So from your perspective, as somebody who knows them, somebody played with them, somebody who got to see behind the scenes at Madison Square Garden, what have you observed and what do you know that perhaps people in the audience might not know? They just saw a team play a damn good game on Monday night.
Yeah, look, whenever you have a new coach, there's always, the new coach bump. Everybody talks about that. Whatever sport it is, there's like a brief introductory period where it feels like the team has extra jump. And, that's something that we've talked about for a long time. But this just kind of felt different. Like Monty is a very positive person, and he has a really great way of just getting into the locker room and getting to know the guys quickly. The way he carries himself is, you can tell he's got lots of energy. He's always looking for solutions, doesn't want to harp on the problems. He doesn't beat people down with, mistakes. He tries to build them up with positives. So I just think overall his energy that he carries, it kind of leaks into the room to where people see that, and then, you feel energized too. I mean, we all have those people in our lives where when they walk into a room, it just feels, oh wow, like the room just like it got brighter. And just because they're a big personality, they're very positive, they have great things to say, and people like them. And I think that's kind of where we're at with Monty. Is not only is he a great coach, but he puts out a great energy, so that the room is always like ready to go. Guys are ready to get after it. Guys are ready to listen. Guys are ready to go play hard. All of those things.
And Jamie, Robert Thomas said something. We call him Tomer. Said something about they all know Montgomery could have gone anywhere. I would think that resonates. They all know his resume, and I would think that resonates in the room. That hey, this guy picked us. He must think we have potential.
Well, yeah, Marty. Not only did he just pick the Blues, he wanted to be a Blue again, and he didn't hear it in his press conference because it wasn't recorded. But before people started recording, the video or whatnot, Monty walked out wearing a Blues hoodie, and somebody commented like, "Oh, is that a new one, or did you have it in your closet?" He goes, "I had this in my closet." He goes, "Because once a Blue, always a Blue," and right there, he just wanted to be the head coach of the St. Louis Blues real bad. And he has great relationships with so many guys in that room. I didn't know what kind of an impact he had as an assistant coach on all of these guys. You look at him, he's a great coach. You're like, okay, I know he had certain players he worked with while he was here, but Monty had a massive impact on not just a few guys in that room, like some of the key guys. You just talked about Robert Thomas. He's one of them. Jordan Kyrou, Braden Shen. You go around and you talk to guys, you cannot believe just how many guys were so excited to have Monty come back, and now he's the head coach. And I think there's a portion of it right now, guys, like I said before, the new coach bump and all that stuff. I just don't know if that's the case. I think guys are they like him so much they don't want to disappoint him right now. And so guys are going hard or working hard because they know that, like you said, he could have picked anywhere, but he picked to come back to St. Louis, signs a 5-year deal, which is a massive commitment. And now he's wanting to go to battle with these guys, and he wants to bring a championship back to St. Louis.
Jamie, I'm looking at your resume here. I see you played for 10 teams in your professional career, including some in Europe. Who was the favorite coach that you played for? Who helped you the most?
Oh, wow. Doug, thank you for bringing up my journeyman career. I really appreciate that.
It's a nice career.
For me, Joel Quenneville was a good coach, obviously. But when I look further into my career, there's different coaches had different impacts. For me, the number one guy who had the biggest impact on my professional career was Jimmy Roberts. And he was only a short time as a head coach here in St. Louis between Keenan getting fired and Quenneville getting hired. But I had him in the minors as a head coach. He was my defense coach in St. Louis under Joel Quenneville. And Jimmy he knew what made me tick. And it was great because I think as a younger version of myself, I didn't really know what the hell made me tick at that time. And you come into the scene as a young guy playing professional hockey, and you're getting paid a lot of money, and you're living all by yourself and doing a lot of crazy things. And Jimmy always helped kind of reel it in, keep the focus on the game, keep the focus on getting better. And there were many tough nights, especially under Mike Keenan, that Jimmy was there to kind of walk you through it, talk you through it. And look, he was as tough as they come, too. It wasn't like he'd coddle you, but he'd say things sternly to you where you knew it was like, not only is he my coach, but right now it feels like he's my dad at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's giving me some tough love in this moment. And, it helped me a lot. It really, what Jimmy did for me was he created a foundation so that I could be a pro hockey player for a long time. And, for that, I can't thank him enough.
That's awesome. That's a nice anecdote there. Yeah, I remember old Jimmy Roberts skating around with that hat on. Remember that?
One of the original Blues, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was a beauty, boys. I'm telling you. He was a beauty.
You could just tell by the way he carried himself. I wanted to, speaking of which, I think this ties into where I wanted to go with what we saw from Zach Bolduc on Monday night. Here's a guy that a lot of Blues fans had high hopes for. It hadn't been happening. And then he gets out there and he's flying around. You and John Kelly asked him what the difference was, and Jim Montgomery had talked to him and said, hey, play your game, be confident out there, and that meant a lot to him, and we saw it translate. We also saw the Blues get 44 shots on goal against a good hockey team. Granted, the Rangers have fallen into a skid here as of late, but the point being, we saw immediate impact, even though it would be tough to imagine that a coach can necessarily have that much of an effect in 24 hours. So how much of what we saw on Monday night do you think was Jim Montgomery?
When it pertains to Zach Bolduc in particular, I think a lot of it had to do with Jim Montgomery. And I don't mean just coaching. Because like you said, he was there 24 hours, and he's trying to meet a whole bunch of new people. He's trying to reconnect with players that he knows. There's no specific coaching that he gave Zach Bolduc to say, oh, by the way, do this, and then Bolduc scores 2 goals. That didn't happen. But what he did say is play your game. One thing Monty noticed about Bolduc is he started to play safe, because when you're in and out of the lineup and you're struggling to put points on the board and things are happening, you're no longer that creative, fast hockey player. You're tentative. You want to make sure that the pucks just get out. I'm going to finish all my hits, and I'm going to get off the ice before something bad happens so that I can play again tomorrow night. And that's a terrible spin that you get caught in as a young player, which is why it's essential to have a coach like Monty, who was a very gifted offensive player coming out of college hockey. He understands the mindset of a young offensive mind and what young players are wanting to do. And so he basically said, listen, man, I'm taking the shackles off of you. Go. You're going to make mistakes. We know that. It's fine. But make mistakes trying to do something for the team. Don't make a mistake because you're afraid of making a play. And so I think that just breathes energy into some of these young players. I think he had a similar talk with Dylan Holloway as well. And look at those guys. They're flying all over the ice in Madison Square Garden. It was awesome to see. And the thing that really makes a difference for a young player was it was under the 5-minute mark. I believe it was still just a 1-goal game at that point. And Bolduc and Holloway and Sundqvist are on the ice. You didn't see that at all early in the season. For Bolduc, even Holloway lately, there's no chance they're getting on the ice in a close game. And they were on the ice at Madison Square Garden in a huge game because a coach trusted them. And so that stuff goes a long way for young players.
Yeah, that means a lot because he has the unique charge of making the team as competitive as possible while also playing a role in developing these young players, and they were able to meet both tasks on Monday night. Can't wait to see what takes place tonight. Blues and Devils pregame 5 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers every Wednesday here on TMA and every day 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the Fast Lane. Thank you, Jamie. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, sir.
All right, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys, too. Have a great holiday.
You too, man. Take it easy. That's Jamie Rivers with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Mark Hanna is going to be presenting Jeremy Rutherford coming up later on in the program. He is online at evergreenstl.com, and you can call 314-889-0503 to get a chance to talk with Mark Hanna. And I'm telling you that one of the most important things you can do, and the younger the age, the better, is get a financial advisor and start saving money. Doug, is it you or Albert Einstein who said the eighth wonder of the world is compound interest?
I believe that was me.
I thought that was you.
Yeah.
Mark Hanna agrees with you on that. And if you can start saving money early, what that can do for you as you grow older, you are positioned. Talk with somebody who knows. Talk with someone who cares. Give a call to Mark Hanna at 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com and get to know somebody who I've gotten to know here over the last 7 or 8 years and think very highly of. That's Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The number, 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He presents Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on TMA. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. He's my insurance agent. I recommend him to you. You make the call. They do the paperwork for you. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. He has 400 plus 5-star reviews on Google, and all of those speak about the same thing, and that is incredible customer service from his staff, always looking for ways to find customers ways to save money. It's James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net. 400 plus 5-star reviews. He's my insurance agent. I made the switch, and I'm so glad I did. Runs a great operation with an incredible staff as well. It's James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. You can send your emails in for that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming your way at 10:45. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Last night, the Bucks defeat the Heat 106-103. Check your watches out there, folks, because it's Dame time. 37 points and 12 assists. That's 5 wins in a row for the Bucks. 7 out of their last 8. Red hot. Milwaukee Bucks fear the deer. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
After 101 ESPN, show's presented by Brown & Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Joined by Robert Thomas and Jamie Rivers in this hour. You can always go back and podcast. The podcast and the app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app. And you can talk it over with Friends of the Feather in the TMA STL YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. Severo the Goblin says the WNBA sinks back into irrelevance once Clark's career is done, which will obviously be a long time. That league just lights money on fire. And we have been talking a lot of WNBA on the show.
What a take. What a take.
I just looked up at the YouTube and I saw Severo the Goblin. Is it Severo, Doug? It's Severo the Goblin.
I don't know who it is.
I like the term the Goblin, though.
And you can also see, if you're watching on YouTube, Jackson was handed an award by Hubbard Radio St. Louis President John Kiowski in the commercial break, and Jackson has it positioned right, and now he's holding it up. And now he's holding it up.
Yeah, for the camera.
And John, it looks like he crossed out his own name and put Jackson's on there because he now heard Jackson's Blues takes and says, this guy gets it. And wow, what an award, Jackson. I know you wanted to make a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, from Horton Watkins.
It means a lot to be given this award, but I'd be nowhere here without my love, my dedication to the game of ice hockey.
You don't have to say ice.
As someone who just in the last month or so learned what the forecheck was, to be holding this trophy now, it just is a testament to how quick things can happen if you stay the course and be true to yourself.
Wow, Doug.
That was very nice little speech.
That was kind of emotional.
Although
Really
I'm not
was.
sure that's what it was for. I think he was saluting you for keeping the show on track, which I'm not sure.
I don't do that, though.
I'm not sure it really is on track. But
No, I don't really do that.
Well, it's a nice award.
It feels good to have.
Yeah.
Regardless, Sharpie or otherwise, I don't
Is
care.
that erasable where he could just wipe it off later and put it back on his wall?
Yeah.
Like, it's just a prop, just a bit.
Bill Reloaded is in the YouTube chat and says, did he just take that off the wall?
It was legitimately handed to me by John. I did not take it from his office and then write my own name.
I did get an image when he came in and gave it to him.
I am guilty of story time, you guys. I like a good story. But Trung candidate, remember Trung, the glory days of the Rams?
Outraced a car down in Arizona. That's why the Rams drafted him.
The next year, we were doing a draft piece on Trung candidate. And what was it like to get the call from the Rams? And he talks about his mother. He was very close to his mom. And I said, do you have a picture we could use for the story? It'd be great. He said, oh, yeah, I'll bring it in tomorrow. It was this wide, gentlemen, 3 to 4 foot wide. It was a picture of his mom that would have hung above like the mantle. And he brought it to Rams Park. And I said, oh my God. He said, yeah, I took this off the wall. You wanted to picture my mother? And I said, I was thinking like a Polaroid. Or like, he literally brought, it was 4 times the size what Jackie's holding up. And I said, you just took that off the wall. And he said, yeah, you said you needed a picture. I've never before experienced that. End of story time.
It was a nice story.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, God.
Kind of also spoke to maybe Trung didn't quite always get what was going on.
Hey, Jackson, I want to hear that. I haven't listened to this yet. Ken Rosenthal was talking about the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. I'll give you a little time to get it because I sense you can. Having played a lot of poker, I can sense when the body language of a gentleman is either comfortable, Doug, or a little tight. And I sense a little tight, so I wanted to give him a little time. But it seems like you might have this up.
I do.
Okay. This is what Ken Rosenthal has to say about Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals in a trade.
I do believe it will be difficult. It's the money that he is owed. It's the fact that he has been in decline the last 2 years. It's the full no trade clause. It's all of that. And The Cardinals are not going to want to eat a lot of money, and yet teams taking Arenado are saying, whoa, we're not paying the rate that he is currently being paid at. That's not where he is valued right now. So that's going to be one problem right there. That said, there is, as Katie pointed out in her story, a lot of incentive for both sides to get this done. The Cardinals want to create opportunities for younger players. Nolan Arenado wants to play for a winner. He thought that was going to happen, and it did happen for a time when he was with the Cardinals. That's why he approved the trade from the Rockies to the Cardinals. But obviously the Cardinals now are shifting into sort of a retooling mode, and they're being very upfront about that. So there is incentive and motivation on both sides, but it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. That's the one thing. He hasn't played that many playoff games in his career. I believe it's only 8. And that's something that, for Nolan Arenado, is not good enough. He wants to get back to October.
They're being very upfront about it, but nobody really knows what to call it. Everybody struggles with, they're in a retool.
2025, we're sitting this one out.
Sitting this one out. I think they feel like they could find a suitor for Nolan Arenado. I don't know exactly how those dollars are going to work out. I agree they don't want to eat a big number, but I think if you're willing to not get much in return, you can probably peddle a guy of Arenado's past caliber.
I would be shocked if he is with the Cardinals in spring training.
They may have to pick up half his salary, and just that would be, what, 16, 17 million?
It depends if you're counting the deferred. I think
because that goes through 2041.
Yeah, I think if you take the deferred out of it, and I don't know how that works, and you take away the Rockies' money because they've got to still write some checks.
Rockies are paying the Cardinals
$5 million. We'll keep paying them. Just trade them wherever. We just pay whoever needs to be paid. It's fine. So you're all right about it. And then if you take that away, I think he's at about $21 million per, I believe. I think it's going to have. Who's more likely to be at spring training, this show or Nolan Arenado?
Boy, I think we are.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, Martin.
We're in talks.
We're working on. And by the way, John Kiowski, who just gave Jackson the award, and a speech that, by the way, is being panned in the Air Comfort Service text.
Aw,
it's a wonderful speech.
Jackson, hold on. I think he needs a hug.
Oh my God, Martin's going to hug Jackson on camera. Doug, this is hot. We get to watch.
I couldn't really move because of my headphones, and so it got
really awkward.
I felt like your nephew there for a second.
A gif of that.
That was a really awkward hug.
Well, because I tried to, and then I would have lost a headphone, so I kind of look like I'm your nephew.
Earlier you said, does everything have to turn? I just felt like you've been taking a lot of crapola.
Part of the cake.
Today. Nah, I know, but it just felt like today you're sick of it.
Well, he didn't sleep last night because he was worried about it. I mean, that really was that because I'll have things that get in my head, and I'll wake up in the middle of the night. And that was really what was keeping you up. The Robert Thomas was at 8 o'clock Central or 7 o'clock Central.
Just general scheduling, you know. There's like ever since we come over here, like I'm always trying to be prepared for everything, this, that, and the other. And
you didn't prepare before?
No matter how,
I can confirm that report.
No matter how much I feel like I do, I feel like I'm always underprepared, and so that gets in your head a little bit. And then the Thomas thing was like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back.
Do you ever wake up because you're worried about the Blues power play?
Never once.
No.
Okay.
They should space out more.
I'm telling you, this CPAP machine will put you right to sleep, and the only time you'll wake up is when the hose is wrapped around your neck.
Yeah, how about that?
That sounds awful.
It's wonderful.
But Doug, you sleep like a perfect sleep right now,
yeah.
don't you?
You get this going, and about 3 or 4 times in, you're out. That's it. It's over. Next thing you know, it's 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I feel like that's like... You have to be married for a long time for that to be.
You're saying that would not be an aphrodisiac for your 23-year-old significant other.
I think that's accurate.
It'd be a hard conversation.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm going to be Darth Vader for the next 8 hours.
Hey, I'm bringing a toy to bed tonight.
Yeah.
What do you got, bad boy? It's
and I got to plug it in.
There's a lot of, once you see the hose, you're like, what is this?
Is it a Sybian? No, it's a CPAP.
Are you dying? How about Frank Booth, Blue Velvet? You ever see that movie?
No, I have not.
Dennis Hopper.
Love Dennis Hopper.
Yeah, I think it's nitrous oxide. He just goes around and goes, and he's sniffing the air, and all of a sudden he's high as a kite.
See,
I'll check it out.
You can do that over the weekend. You got the bottle service tonight. Might as well bring that up.
I'll see if they can put it on the TV at bottle service.
There you go.
Turn down the music. I want to watch Blue Velvet.
The John Kiowski who gave Jackson the award, which you can see if you're watching on YouTube, is saying that we've been authorized to go to spring training. We're just waiting for the green light from the Cardinals. So this program has not been at the picnic table since 2020. I always thought in 2020 they will use COVID to never allow us back right outside the Cardinal clubhouse. And I think we did it for about 14 years. I think our first year was 2005. And then did it every year, but maybe 2007 all the way through 2020. And Doug, I think that TMA is more likely to be at Cardinal spring training than Nolan Arenado. I would, if I can get a bet, I would bet it.
Would you really?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. And if we don't go, it's because we've chosen to sit this one out.
That's exactly
We've
right.
already planned ahead.
Well,
there's already a gift. The
themselves.
gift master has already sent the group a gif of me hugging Jackie.
Chairman Kurt, you already created that GIF?
Yep.
Yeah, I work
What's
quickly.
the app you use to do that?
Giphy.
Doug Giffey.
What's that?
It's the app I use to make my wonderful gifts.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
a
new?
straightforward.
That's new?
No, that's been around.
Well, pardon the hell out of me.
It's not loading for me. I'm loading issues.
It's a very awkward hug, I got to say.
sensual.
It's bad. And it was
It
my
was kind of
fault.
like Joe Biden hugging a little kid. It was just a little creepy, a little awkward.
I just, I
His
couldn't,
hair?
I
Yeah, you
couldn't
sniffed
get,
his head, Martin.
I couldn't get my
I
head
kissed him on the cheek. Well, it's a generational thing, Doug. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, most of the times co-hosts like to do that. They embrace once an hour
I
at
haven't
least.
seen a lot of that.
Yeah, you're missing out.
I'm going to send it to Cousin John since he's in the alliance.
Yeah, he is in the alliance. Say 100 West Dental has a great deal for TMA listeners. Mention my name. You get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. Just go to 100westdental.com or call Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff at 636-585-0100. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan they have at 100 West Dental aids in the costs of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Doug was going over the forecast for the next few days. We actually have snow in the forecast in Columbia, Missouri for the Missouri-Arkansas game. Still not certain that is going to happen, but there could be up to 3 inches of snow for that game. It's going to be cold over the next few days, but if you still like to get your work in and play the game of golf, you can do so at Family Golf and Learning Center. They are taking signups right now for their Sim Golf League. I just invited the boys, as a matter of fact. I got a simulator going today at noon and playing Sim Golf. You can get your work in, still continue to practice even when it's cold outside, and now with the technology, you can play hundreds of different courses and still experience the game at Family Golf and Learning Center. Just go to familygolfonline.com. Plus, they have heated bays, so even when it's cold out, you don't feel it because the sim bays and the bays outside are all warm. Plus, with holiday season here, go and book your holiday event. Gift cards are available as well in the golf shop and online. Have your holiday party at Family Golf and Learning Center or get a gift card for the golfer in your life at familygolfonline.com. It's Family Golf and Learning Center. 8:59 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, a lot of breaks, but they're short.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, amen. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt was on the phone during that.
I got to guess. I think I know.
He's texting me as to whether or not to go to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, but he also texted me, Martin, are you aware that your ally here, who you sniffed his hair and we created a GIF of it? Has that gone out on the Instagram yet? Chairman Kurt created the GIF of it because Jackson's having a tough day, but he's bouncing back strong here for fear of waking Robert Thomas up early in the morning. Jackson, by many in the TMA audience, is alleged to be responsible for the Instagram account, my personal favorite, next to Alaris's, St. Louis Starter Packs. Are you familiar with the Instagram account St. Louis Starter Packs?
No.
Okay. Are you on Instagram?
No.
Okay.
Should be. The kids are on the gram, right?
The kids are,
and it's a wonderful account. Jackson, what you just posted here within the last hour, the Skanksgiving in St. Louis Starter Pack is some of your finest work, and it features some of all of the greats from a night before Thanksgiving party in St. Louis, including a $999 Uber bill.
Yeah, dude, Ubers are crazy. That's another reason why Skanksgiving is not super awesome. It's like, I have to pay $78 to take a 12-minute ride home.
There's a shot of Pops. There's a shot of PTs. There is a bag of White Castle. There's a guy with a black eye who got in a scrap. There is a busted-out iPhone, guns and hoses, an Adderall pill, shot of Mike Telania's jukebox with R.I.P. over it.
Vomit.
And then vomit, Doug. We call that a rainbow shower in the industry.
I don't call it that.
In the industry, we call it that.
Okay.
Jackson, that is one of your finer St. Louis Starter Packs posts.
And that's the thing, man. It's just like, Skanksgiving is in the same category, I would say, as New Year's Eve, where it's kind of like, is the juice worth the squeeze kind of thing. It's a normal night out that gets bolstered up, a lot of extra pomp and circumstance, and then the money around it's always crazy. I stood in a line once to get into a bar for like an hour and a half.
Oh, cocktail lounge, baby. What cocktail lounge?
It was Molly's.
See, that's a spot.
But that was like 3 years ago.
And you weren't a man in love then?
I was not.
But you're under a lot of pressure to have a lot of fun on a night like this.
New Year's Eve more so, but yes, I would say this would be in that category.
Call it amateur hour, Doug.
Yeah.
Amateur hour. The rest of us know how to get hammered on our own. We don't need New Year's Eve to do that.
This is when Jackson's buddies, who have left St. Louis because they think they're better than it, come back and they kind of like Rob Lowe and Tommy Boy. What is there to do in this town? And we go cow tipping. And that's what Jackson feels like. And so he doesn't want to experience being talked down to by his New Yorkers and all these people who have moved out of St. Louis and come back and patronize our small town. That's what you feel like goes on.
A little bit. I think there's a little bit of that. And again, I could be projecting, but I do feel a little like that. And I think it's more so for people who don't live here anymore. Because like to me, it's like I go to this bar on a Saturday normally and pay $25, $30 in drinks, maybe $15, $20 for an Uber total. And now I'm tripling that. It's crowded to the gills. It's just not necessarily, I don't know, game time decision for me today.
Okay, he's game time.
Wow.
This is like Brady Cook.
You want those Nashvillians to stay away? You don't want them coming into your town?
No. They're coming back, enjoying themselves. I get it. Just, and I don't think they're doing it with malicious intent or they even think about it. I just feel a little patronized sometimes.
Oh, do they raise the drink prices on a night like this? He said it costs you triple.
It's not egregious like New Year's Eve is, but there's a little bit of a difference. I mean, supply and demand.
Dynamic pricing?
Some would say.
Some would say.
Jackie, we go out at 3 o'clock and we're home by 8 o'clock. Come join us, Gray Foxes, for Thanksgiving. That's from Steve in Wildwood.
Weekday day drinking that's a fickle mistress. I don't think I could get involved in that.
A fickle mistress.
Then you like want to take a nap at 8 o'clock at night because that's
also
sleep.
It's passing out.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
You're
then
probably
you're up
better
at 3
off to wean your way off of all the alcohol rather than bulk up on it.
Yeah, it's just I used to really love it, but I don't have the same reverence for it as I used to.
Jackson, join us. Main Street, St. Charles, then Casino. It's a Skanksgiving tradition. That's from the 636. You've just been invited.
I think I'll have to miss that.
Why?
No, hold on a second.
Why?
Well, you guys are confused why some random text number who wants me to come out 30 minutes from my home, and I'm not interested in that.
You could shop some of the craft stores there on Main Street.
Do you guys hang out with a lot of strangers in different area codes?
I love to hang out with the listeners.
St. Charles or otherwise. Yeah, a very nice offer. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Gonna have to take a rain
insincere.
check.
Wow.
It's also gonna
What
rain
if they would
tonight.
have said, hey, let's go get drinks at the Ritz, and then we'll go get dinner at Napoli, and then we'll head back to the cigar bar at the Ritz? What if that would have been the text?
I don't know.
See, Doug? You see what happened
That
right there?
sounds better to you?
That was anti-St. Charles.
Closer.
That's what it was.
It's closer for sure.
Picked up the read right there.
And this show is Webster Groves?
That's exactly right. The TMA STL YouTube chat's Webster Groves. I think Chairman Kurt said the 101 ESPN YouTube chat's Hillsborough. I believe that's
Well, it was Cottleville, then it moved?
That's right.
I think they moved, like Letterman had the top 10, the home office with
Sioux
Milwaukee.
City, Iowa.
And then they moved it to Hillsborough from Cottleville.
Main Street's for 40-year-olds that still go to frat parties and high school football games, you loser.
Oh.
That's from Maxwell Hung, and now he's mad at the texter who politely invited Jackson to go out with him tonight.
Is that right? Main Street's an older crowd?
I haven't been all that often.
I like that Main Street in St. Charles. Why don't we go up on a Saturday? We'll just kind of walk it up and down.
Mm-hmm. I went like a couple months ago. It was fun. It was enjoyable.
Yeah.
Can I ask a personal question of Jackson?
Yes.
Does your lady friend listen to the show,
Yes.
and does she get mad that you get picked upon?
No.
Oh, okay.
She gets it.
Okay.
Listen, this is how the sausage is made, baby. Like this is how
This is like we're the chairman of the boards in here.
This is how I earn my check. Sometimes you got to be like the community voodoo doll.
We don't mean to pick on you. It's just that you're at the stage of life where what you do is much more interesting than what we're doing.
Absolutely.
I want to also make. I don't feel picked on. This is like. Okay. This is just how it goes. This is like the food chain.
This is the show.
Yeah, exactly. It's the food chain. You
It's
know,
a ball-busting festival. Come on in to the reindeer games.
Yeah, and I signed on to that, and I totally get it. Trust me, that's not what I would sleep over.
Jackson's been getting his ass ripped on 101 for 3 years. The Balloon Party listeners loved going after him because he's very open with his, I'll call it politely, a lack of interest in hockey.
Yeah, listen, you can say a lot of things about me, but I'll take anything you say about me as long as I'm being like who I am. I would rather be who I am proudly than try to pretend to be someone who I'm not.
Look at this
guy. This is why he won that big award the last hour.
I am telling
And that's
you.
sincere. Everything else, kind of tongue-in-cheek, but that's sincere.
Look at this guy. Martin, you got to be proud again. Are you going to go over there and hug him again?
Yeah, I was confused. We need a better hug down the road.
Yeah,
that was very awkward.
We'll do a version before Major Winter Holiday.
I forgot you were tethered.
I am tethered. I'm
tethered over there.
That's a good word right there.
I thought Rutherford was on, and I just realized that's at 10.
See,
So I was like,
it's a time zone situation, just like Robert Thomas.
Yeah, this time zone thing.
I was wondering why Tim was, doing this segment.
No. I moved
Rutherford?
JR to 10 a.m. That was part of my scheduling headache yesterday.
Will we do biggest turkeys? Is that today's?
Oh God! Jackson's
turkeys in
awful audio.
sports.
It was Jackson's awful dossier. Jackson's awful audio says Jackson's going to be asleep face down, ass up by 9:30 tonight, and everybody knows it. Is that accurate?
There's a possibility.
Is that right?
It's been anytime, a little transparency, peek behind the curtain. Anytime there's like a short week in radio, that means a lot of work has to get done during the short week to ensure that the 2 days off are good to go. And so it's been a long couple days here at the station, so I wouldn't mind rainy tonight, maybe just not doing much, but you never know. Like I said, game time decision.
Are you going to be spending Thanksgiving with your girlfriend's family?
Not the day of Thanksgiving. I'll probably go over there on Friday.
To watch the Egg Bowl.
Oh, just hang out.
No, just hanging out.
Eat leftovers. I always go to my aunt and uncle's house for Thanksgiving, and I realized I really never have experienced Thanksgiving leftovers all that much because we always go to someone else's house.
Well, sure.
And so I'm going to enjoy some Thanksgiving leftovers.
What are we doing?
Hey, Jackie, head to Brio and Frontenac with your boyish good looks, and the Cougs will bite your little turkey. That's from Snoozy.
Oh,
that sounds
you
worse
want your turkey bitten?
That sounds worse than St. Chuck, honestly.
Oh.
Charlie Tuna's usually posted up out there. Either Bricktop or Brio. He kind of works the circuit.
Oh, man. Where Jackson at? Where Jackson at? Send him over, man. These ladies will love you, man.
Was that Snoozy or Charlie Tuna?
That was Tuna.
We'll go to O.B. Clark's. Just don't ask to put the effing NBA on. Otherwise, I'll give you the Game of Thrones down Brentwood. Ring bell shame. Ring bell shame. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Now you can go to O.B. Clark's with him.
Little TV trivia here for you. I'm wearing this Ted Lasso shirt. The person saying shame in that Game of Thrones scene is Rebecca from Ted
Hannah
Lasso.
Whittingham.
Waddingham.
But some say Whittingham.
Yeah, in certain parts of Trenton.
The blonde lady.
Yes, the taller, the owner of FC.
Right.
Chairman Kurt has found audio of the Dennis Hopper reference I made in Blue Velvet, where he has an apparatus that he does breathing, much like Doug CPAP.
Yeah.
It's in your folder, Jackson.
He texted you all this?
Well, Chairman and I are now texting with.
Is this a secret alliance?
I'm a little concerned about this.
No, Tim, you're my number.
Me, bro? You're cucking me?
You're my only.
Okay.
I'm Marty Monogamy.
It was a lemming play.
Jackson, come down to Main Street, St. Chuck, and then Ameristar to experience how the other 99% live outside your ivory tower. That's from the 636.
No.
Well, you could get there in a car from Munganess St. Louis Acura.
Nice,
or
Doug.
Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Either dealership would be fine. I bought a car at the Toyota dealership in Alton, and I've had service many times at the Acura dealership there on Manchester and Baldwin. Both places just absolutely fantastic. Really great for service. You know, inevitably, at some point, your car is going to need service or maintenance, and you're always wondering, where can I go? Where can I go to trust the people? Where's a good spot? Where do they have the most knowledgeable technicians, can get it done quickly? Well, I'm telling you, these are the dealerships where you go, and you'll be saying, hey, I got a car guy now. It's Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Acura, or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, and they do have this special phone number where you can get superstar service. Everybody gets it, but the phone number will make you feel like a big shot, and this gets you straight to the muckety mucks. Here's the number now, 314-252-0029. You did not write it down. Write it down. You're not going to remember it. Write this down. 314-252-0029. 0029 or the last. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, now you've got the number. Now you can call Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, or Ryan Seiberg in the service department, and they will take wonderful care of you. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. The websites, I'll give you that now. You won't have to write this down. You remember this. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. I assume Libby Jack is into that blonde on Ted Lasso. He likes big women who can dominate him. That's from Beer Cats, and he won the January 2023 Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month.
He's pretending like that he's being Nostradamus when he knows, when I've said multiple times.
That's your kink?
No. Goodness. No, that I like Hannah Waddingham. I think she's...
But you also like Phoenix Marie.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is kind of starting to be a little trend. Beer Cats might be onto something.
Is she big boned as well?
I like DeMontis Sabonis too, and he's tall, but it doesn't have to all be the same thing. It doesn't have to all be the same thing, you know?
Just big bones.
I just respect verticality. I don't think that's...
Are you taking a shot?
I don't think that's such a shame. Or the lack thereof. I don't care.
What about Wemby? Wemby's kind of a thin one.
Yeah, but vertical as the day is long.
You like your men thin?
Well, no.
But you like
trim.
Your
I like them
you
trim.
like your women a little more masculine?
Not necessarily. I like strong women. I'll be bold and say it.
Oh, wow. You're having a huge show.
Oh, Lord. Beer Cats.
Carlos Spicy Wiener. Doug, you say he's going to be a Hall of Famer someday?
I think he should
PMA.
be. Yeah.
Hit up Helen's tonight if you want the South County 2-for-1 special. That's when you can land the 50-plus Marlboro inhaling mother and her 30-something divorced daughter in the same night.
Oh.
That's called the South County special? It sounds like you've been smoking.
Try that one on for size.
I drive right by there every day. The place is packed 365 days a year. It's crowded.
Do they have that in the marquee?
Every night. I had no idea that people were trying to score
Plus
South
fries.
County specials.
That's a good.
I thought it was about the beer and the food, which is always great. The Seibergs do great work. And they're also serving up South County specials.
I didn't know that was live. But it is. Hey, Jeff Lotman is where you go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you are looking to buy a home or sell a home, he is with Compass Realty. Jeff Lotman has been doing it in St. Louis for 2 decades and $500 million worth of real estate sales. Jeff Lotman knows the people you need to know to find out before the rest of the world knows when a house is going on the market. Those contacts are valuable, and he's with Compass Realty. With Compass Concierge, you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or you want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging. Compass Concierge has you covered. Go to JEFFLOTTMANN. JEFFLOTTMAN.com. That's exactly right. Jeff Lottman. JEFFLOTTMAN.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 the ESPN YouTube channels. Welcome back. This is The Morning After. None of us know what segment it is. Jackson will tell us.
9-1.
Oh, this is 9-1.
What did you have in your mouth, boy?
I had my hoodie drawstring. That's a bad habit of mine that I'm trying to change.
Like when Mike Tyson was biting his gloves while fighting Jake Paul.
Yes, and I'm also wearing assless pants.
Right now you are?
Oh, if I'm going to be like Tyson.
That's hot.
Wasn't that a jock strap that he had on? We just got the rear view mirror look.
Never on the jock strap. Never on that. Those were out of style by the time I was protecting myself.
No one wears them anymore.
Got these compression short sliders things. You just tuck those in. The jock strap is a real tough look.
Rather odd piece of clothing.
Very, very. It is not flattering.
Certainly a matter of opinion. It sounds like you're kind of kink shaming a little.
Well, hey, listen, if that blows your hair back, then God bless.
Thank you. That's how we support it. It is the 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. This is The Morning After. Watch the program on the TMA STL or 101 ESPN YouTube channel. You can stream it on the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. There are both for the YouTube channels and the apps. And Martin, you will be heading out for a thing at 10 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford will be joining us at 10 o'clock. And then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45, where one of Buck Swope or the JV golf coach will win the month of November for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Also, you can sign up to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month by going to tmastl.com, and you can maintain your anonymity. Doug doesn't like that, Martin. He wants to dox people.
But government names.
The government names, but you sign up for the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, which makes you eligible to be our Listener of the Year, like Chairman Steve was in 23 and Chairman Kurt was in 22. And you can maintain your anonymity. Today is the last day to sign up for the month of November, as this is our last show for the month of November.
Doug, some people are using their real names here. Uncle Wally's Plastic Ear.
Okay.
The Maplewood Mud Muffler.
Right.
Let's see. The Grease Effect.
Alan Dadeville, recovering alcoholic. Dickie Betts, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Lady Sonia's Teacup.
Yeah.
You don't think that's their real government-issued ID name?
They're kind of odd names if that's the real name. I guess it could be. Especially Dickie Betts. I guess that could be his real name.
Yep.
I think he passed.
Well, he's in there texting. Let's see. Instead of passing out Scholdies, the 99-2000 President's Trophy Blues team used to give out one of Craig Conroy's used jockstraps to the player of the game. That's Alan Dadeville. Is that true?
I don't think it's true at all.
Boy, when I would pass Roman Turek's locker, it certainly smelled like used jockstraps.
Oh.
God almighty.
Goalie equipment absorbs a lot of sweat, I think.
That's what
Cats
it is.
and dogs and that thing. Jackson, it's time for Pick 6, and I don't like it because you're including NFL games this week, and it's like you're trying to do this to make it fair to everybody else. You're taking away the college game when there's all kinds of great college games. This is a disappointing move.
See, so I wanted to include some of the.
That was like Edward G. Robinson. He started with C.
It's my town.
Chicago's my town. See,
you gotta let your
Edward G. Robinson.
Let your neck dangle when you do it.
Chicago's my town. See, it's fun. It's just fun to say.
It sure is. Edward G. Robinson.
Jackson's like you see.
You see, I wanted to include more college games. So what I did, instead of playing all 3 of the Turkey Day games for the NFL, I will let each of you pick which game you want to play. So that we'll have just one NFL game included in the 6.
It's only one of the 6.
So let's start off with the NFL games. You have your choice of the Bears getting 10 points at Detroit, the Giants getting 3.5 at Jerry World in Dallas, or you have the Dolphins getting 3.5 at Green Bay. Your choice. I'll kick it off. I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, this guy's confident.
Yeah, I don't care. I will be taking. The Bears have done me wrong so many times that I'm going to lean into the opposite side. Give me Detroit minus 10. Square pick. I'll be PD Public. Detroit minus 10.
Is the public on the Lions?
I can only assume. I feel square picking it.
I think so. That's who I would pick too.
Yeah, I would stay Dallas, Washington. No idea what to think of that. Or New York, Dallas. That's a mess.
Tommy Cutlass.
Miami might play a good game. Green Bay's not dominant. I think Detroit blows out Chicago.
All right.
I am going to go with the Cowboys and lay the 3.
Doug, who do you like Detroit?
I like Detroit more than 10.
In shutdown mode with the New York Giants.
All righty.
They fired their coach the other day, according to Jackson.
Yeah.
He broke the story.
Whenever that happens, I'm going to clip off my part and then quote tweet it.
Yeah. You're the Adam Schefter of 101 ESPN.
You'll have to credit me. All right, let's get into the college games now, the more fun ones, honestly. South Carolina getting 2.5 at Clemson. That's an 11 a.m. kick. Tim, we'll start with you.
Well, let the record show, Doug, I am 67% against the spread since we started doing this segment. And I love Clemson minus 2.5. I don't get the South Carolina thing, but hey, it's not just limited to Missouri fans at all, actually. I think, if anything, Missouri fans feel like they should have won the game. This national narrative, these prisoners of the moment who get these jobs, I don't get it. Clemson minus 2.5. Doug, you might as well put that in right now and double your bankroll.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. That's who I'll pick.
There you go.
This is boring radio. Clemson.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought you'd go against me.
No,
just in principle. Your moral turpitude says you can't roll with me.
I just feel like Clemson is angry, too. Like they're just forgotten in the big picture, and they might stick it to them.
Yeah, gambler's fallacy would tell you, I'm picking Clemson as well.
Is gambler's fallacy different than gangster's paradise? Was that the B-side?
Yeah, that's a good point. Coolio, was that 95, Doug? Michelle Pfeiffer?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Sounds right. Let's go with that. All right, the best rivalry in all of college football, but maybe not this year. Michigan getting 20.5 at the Horseshoe against Ohio State.
Number one, I'd take the Iron Bowl, but I'm going to take Ohio State on this one and lay the points.
Ohio State for Tim. Doug?
I'm going to take Ohio State and take the points.
Okay. Trend here.
I think that's the right move. I'm just kind of tempted to be different. And
see, that's the gambler's fallacy.
Michigan's terrible, but it's a big game. And I'll take Michigan to just make it close.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I will not. I will take Ohio State. Maybe if this game is at the Big House, I think otherwise, but at the Horseshoe, no shot. Kind of a sneaky, could mess things up chaos game. Miami minus 10.5 at the Carrier Dome against Syracuse. That's a 2:30 kick. I'll start us off to be fair.
Yeah.
To be fair, that is a shower game. Miami, it's time to pay the Pied Piper. Give me Kyle McCord in the orange. Syracuse.
The Pied Piper's getting paid.
Someone has to. Martin, your pick?
And it's at the Carrier Dome?
It is at Syracuse.
Where they also play basketball.
Weirdly, very weirdly.
Yeah. I think I'll go with the orange, Jackie.
All right, cues for Martin. Doug?
Well, I was going to go with Syracuse, but if everybody else is, that's no good. I'll go Miami.
Okay.
So I give my pick. I don't give a damn what all y'all do, and my pick is Syracuse.
Yeah. Syracuse is the play. All right.
We don't know if it's the play. That's your play.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I might love Syracuse.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, I really might. This is like
wow.
I might just saying. I might even tease up. I might even get.
That's what the great players do.
And parlays. The local game, Arkansas getting 3 in Columbia at Mizzou, 2:30 kick.
Are we not doing Texas and Texas A&M?
Oh, I'm saving the best for last. Baby.
Okay, well, then I guess you're not doing ILL.
I am not. I had those guys.
Wow. 618, text in 314-399-9646.
Yeah, I know.
We have so many listeners up in Syracuse. We had to get that game in.
I said sneaky chaos game.
Okay.
Well, what about Notre Dame USC sneaky chaos?
Yeah, USC. I've kind of.
That's a closer spread than Syracuse-Miami.
Did you see Kyle Hamilton, the Ravens safety, Notre Dame guy?
did see him with Scott Van
Pelt, and they're in L.A., and Van Pelt goes, oh, big game this weekend, meaning USC Notre Dame. And he said, not really. he just dusted it off as if it didn't even matter.
USC has lost a lot of close games. They've lost a lot of close games.
We're assuming Illinois will take care of business at Wrigley Field. That's the only reason we're leaving them
closer spread than Syracuse and Miami. And Doug says we got a lot of listeners in upstate New York.
We do, yeah.
I've read the data, and it says we're really big near the Finger Lakes.
I don't know.
Tim, you'll kick us off this Arkansas-Mizzou game.
Doug, I don't like a snow game because then it reduces the impact of the algorithms that I run to get these picks. I'm going to take Missouri.
Okay, Doug?
Yeah, I'm definitely taking Missouri.
I'm a little concerned because I think that's the mindset of a lot of people, and those tend to be, what do you say, lean into the stink?
Lean into the stink, PD Public.
You've got one snow day in Columbia. What are you doing? This is a tricky one. I think they'll take care of business. They've owned Arkansas largely 7 out of the last 8.
I don't know if Drink's ever lost Arkansas.
He's 3-1.
3-1.
Did lose 1 year down there. 2021 sounds like a TV guy who had to write a little VO last night and looked all of this up last night. I think they'll get it done at home. I think it's Mizzou.
I do too. If it's a snow game, the run game favors Missouri. I'll take Missouri. All right, now we get into the 2 biggest games of the weekend. Probably.
How many are we doing?
6.
It's already 5.
Is this pick 7? Is this pick 7?
That's why I was saying.
We'll do an extra point. Pick 6 and an extra point. Yeah, let's say. We have to get these 2 games in there.
We do?
So I think.
I've lost track of any of my picks already.
Don't worry, I'm keeping them for you, Martin.
I know.
Auburn plus 11.5. In Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 2:30 kick.
Roll damn Tide all day long. There will be a resounding victory from Roll Dam on Saturday.
Doug?
I'm going to go Roll Dam all day. There will be a resounding victory on Saturday.
Wow, are you a lemming?
No, Doug and you were the furthest thing from a
lemming, Doug. This is so boring, but I think Alabama's going to go for the style points, spike the ball on the...
I don't know how Auburn scored against A&M, but maybe they finally figured out that they just need to run the ball with Jarquez, you know?
I was so jarred by how Alabama performed against Oklahoma that I feel no confidence picking them, so I'm going to pick Auburn and get the points. I'll take the points.
Yeah,
I'll take the points. And then the last game, the big game, Texas, that number has dropped to minus 5.5 for the Longhorns at Kyle Field at Texas A&M. Under the lights, 6:30 kick.
I love this so much, I'm freaked out by it. So I might temper my wager. Plus, I'll be at the Blues game anyway, and I don't want to be looking at my phone or watching it while I'm with my wife and 2 boys. But I love Texas A&M, and I would go money lining on this one. Love it, love it, love the hat, love the shoes, love the bag, love it.
Are you done?
Doug, your pick.
Could you bring Kurt to the Blues game and have him just monitor the Texas sit next to you? He just so you don't have to check your phone. He'll do it for you.
That's not a bad idea.
Whispers in your ear, like the President Bush meme.
Well, I don't love it that much. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to take Texas.
Wow. Longhorn Doug.
All I did was pick a team. You come up with these games, and I pick one, and suddenly I'm a Longhorn lemming.
You're Longhorn Doug. Hey, I get it. Mr. Bevo.
I don't love it, but I'll go with the Aggies.
I am also on the Aggies. Horns all the way down. Give me Texas A&M. This is like
pick 7, pick 8.
That was pick 7.
Isn't that enough?
Are we done?
Yeah, it's pick 6 plus an extra point. I'm sorry, I miscalculated. There's so many good games on.
Is there a lock of the week? Give me a lock. This is just bonus points. I'll give away a sweatshirt next week. Bonus points.
I like doing a lock of the way.
Give me the one that you would say for sure is happening.
I would say, does it have to be one of the 7 we just did?
No. It could be any game. Just absolute lock.
Arizona State over Arizona by more than 8.5.
Oh,
Arizona State.
I don't mind that play, Doug.
They've got to lay it on pretty good to get into. They're kind of a bubble team right now. And Arizona's no good.
But they are in a spot where they can win their way in, if I'm not mistaken, right, Jackson?
Yeah.
I mean, the Big 12 is so damn confusing.
Yeah. For all those teams, for Arizona State especially, it's just win and probably win resoundingly.
But didn't we hear earlier that it's not an automatic bid to win a conference championship?
No, it's not. But so you got to do all you can to bolster up your resume.
So that's why they'll pound on the.
I don't mind the play.
Wildcats.
I like Georgia minus 19.5 against Tech. I think they got to roll them.
But they don't.
Yeah,
I mean, you're welcome to the pick, of course, but I mean, they're not in a position where they need to.
Oh boy, now I hate my pick.
Because
you're right. Well, no, you're right. I wasn't thinking of.
They're already in the SEC
I know. I wasn't thinking of that. Well, I already
there's
said
no way
it.
the committee is going to keep them out if they lose the SEC championship. Now, if they lose to Georgia Tech and the SEC championship game, then it gets into the A&M conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I messed that one up. But I like my play anyways, 19.5.
Okay, stick
Sports
with it.
guy who makes a bad pick but then has to double down on it.
Dig in your heels.
Do you have one, Martin? Do you have one?
I do not have a lock of the week, and I regret throwing it out there as an additional college. I was kind of numb to the college football picks there, and then I made it worse. I'm sorry.
I'll be happy to give you one. And if I mean, we can like, you want to talk about compound interest? We can have compound picks making us all fabulously wealthy beyond our dreams. Indiana minus 29 against Purdue. You want to talk about a team that actually does need to lay it on, and they're playing the worst team of the Power Four in Purdue. That'll end it for Ryan Walters in West Lafayette. Kurt Signetti gets 50-plus on the Boilermakers. Take a look at Purdue's margin of defeat this year, minus Michigan State. They have been getting skull-pounded by everybody. Indiana actually needs to do it. It'll be Josh Heupel against UTEP next week. Doug, let's go get paid.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. There's their lock. Doug, tell me about Mark Milton, because he's going to need to handle our taxes after we get paid.
Well, he's the STL tax lawyer. Once we make all this money, if we don't report it, the godforsaken tax man is going to knock on our door and say, "Where's my cut?" And this happens a lot to Mark Milton's. The people that need him. He says this is a very frequent thing where people just don't pay their taxes, forget to pay it, don't understand. They have to make estimated tax payments sometimes, and they get themselves in a lot of trouble. And they've got tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments. They got all kinds of nasty stuff, and it could lead to an IRS criminal investigation. Let me tell you, you don't want that. What you do want is Mark Milton in your corner if you have any kind of tax problems. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is top shelf. He will get you out of any kind of issue you might have with the IRS. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. And remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I shall talk about another Mark, and that's Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. I have gotten to know Mark. He started advertising actually on my podcast about 7 years ago, and since then I have leaned on him for business input, life advice. He's the kind of person who loves helping people out. He truly does. And from a financial advisor standpoint, what else could you ask for? Because it's not some one-size-fits-all plan. It's customized to the goals of every individual. And whether you're in a different spot in your life, young, older, looking to retire, or just starting out, you want somebody who cares, and Mark Hanna absolutely does. Go online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN.
So let it breathe. Let it breathe. Who are your top turkeys? We'll take your text on that topic. And what are you thankful for on this Thanksgiving Eve?
Favorite
Are
sides?
you horse plowing me? Am I late?
Yes, again. Oh, man. We're just
What
going
you think
through.
you're doing there?
I went to get a bottle of water. I
Well,
walked
you
back.
had 45 seconds. What took you so long?
God almighty.
And we're back.
And we're back. It is TMA. And apparently this is segment 9-2. We've just been told that is the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Send your emails in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Jamie Rivers and Robert Thomas were with us in our Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour. In the 7 o'clock hour, we talked about Blake Snell getting a monster deal from the Dodgers, giving the Los Angeles Dodgers, Doug, the following rotation. And let me know if you're interested in perhaps having this rotation.
Okay.
Blake Snell, Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Tyler Glasnow, and then they can pick from Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Bobby Miller, and Clayton Kershaw to fill things out. Now, would you rather have that or Steven Matz, Miles Michaelis, Andre Plante, and
Sonny Gray?
Sonny Gray,
Sonny
maybe?
Gray, yeah, now we're talking.
Really?
Well, it's not bad.
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way.
Okay, I don't know that Jordan Walden would have been the answer either, had he been younger. The Dodger rotation kind of sounds like the first 5 pitchers that could get picked for the All-Star game.
Kershaw's like their 8th option.
You know, it doesn't usually work out that way, though, thankfully.
It'll even out.
No matter how good a team and how much money you spend, usually teams don't just run away and have a 115-win season.
You can't win a World Series on paper.
Thank you. I mean, it's only...
What, you do a bump during the break?
It was an aggressive finger pointing.
Yeah, you're pointing. Were you pointing at Martin?
Scolded.
I was pointing at Doug.
Oh, all right.
There's only been a couple 115-win teams, right? Didn't the Mariners set the
Mariners
record?
2001. Ryan Franklin was on that squadron, and they lost in Doug, was it the ALCS in 5 games to the Yankees?
I think so.
Lou Piniella?
Yeah.
Great Lou Piniella. Will this force the Yankees to spend more money? I wonder if they'll feel the need.
Yeah, is it going to be like a Dodgers-Yankees arms race as opposed to the Yankees-Red Sox one from 2 decades ago?
Oh, man.
Will it make the Cardinals decide to not sit it out? No.
I don't think it'll have any effect.
No.
Do the Dodgers still have room to pay Arenado in this potential? Who's playing third? Max Muncy? You can move him around. I think Arenado would love to play. He would love to play.
Do you think he
for
would?
the Dodgers? Oh,
that's what the report was in the 2023 trade deadline.
That would be his preferred spot.
Do you think that report was accurate in 2023, LA Times, that he would go to one team and it was the Dodgers? That was at the trade deadline?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Jackson and I were doing Balloon Party, and even on TMA, too. And it was a strange thing in the way it was covered locally. And I'm not doing the media in this town. I'm not doing that crap. But I'm just, like, it was just disregarded as a fake report by the LA Times. And I'm like, why would it be fake?
Right.
This guy's like...
Jorge Castillo is his name.
He's normally a news reporter for...
Yeah.
And it would have made all the sense in the world to trade Goldschmidt and Arenado. The thing I always wondered, because we don't know this, is whether or not they would have been on board and waived their no-trade clauses. Because a pivotal moment to me for the Cardinals was not trading Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt at the deadline in 2023. And that is not results-oriented, because we were talking about it back then. And you do not want to be in the spot the Cardinals are in now, where you're trading an asset that has declined so much so that it's not desirable. With both Goldschmidt and Arenado, they're coming off of MVP caliber seasons, or in Goldschmidt's case, an MVP season, and is only a handful of months removed. And if they would have been willing to waive their no-trade clauses, you part ways just like they did with Alan Craig before that asset bottoms out. That was a miss. If they were willing to go.
I mean, Goldschmidt to me was the one who made more sense. He's older. He was going into his walk year. Maybe had less value on the trade market than Arenado. Arenado, you still had locked up, and I think you still thought of him as a superstar. What I don't understand is the numbers, the models they use. When they sign a Paul DeYoung or a Colton Wong, they wrap them up early.
Jaime Garcia was one of those.
Remember Al Rabaska on the air that night said, I don't know why they did this.
He was not having a balloon party.
He called it out on the air. But if you can project numbers and say, we're going to lock up Piscotty, we're going to lock up DeYoung, because your model tells you what they will do in the future, How do you not do that with a Goldschmidt or an Arenado? And how does it not predict for you what these guys are going to do in the decline model?
Do you even need a model to tell you that when a guy gets to his mid to late 30s? You know it's coming.
I think the Arenado decline was stunning, though, because of his age. He's 4 years younger than Goldie.
There's been some rumor that he might be hurt, that he might have a back issue, and that's why we saw him do some things last year different than previous years. Not make certain plays, not run 100% sometimes. I've heard that out there, that he might have a back issue, and that could be why he doesn't get traded, because he'd have to go through the health inspection again, and he might not pass that. I'm not sure that that's actually the case. That's just what I've heard from a few people.
But when we talk about teams taking on his contract, the Dodgers clearly don't give a rip about any money. I mean, like, how much is it? What's he? 20? We'll take that too. How much? That's fine. We'll take that too. Like, I don't think they care.
I want to make sure that I'm not just in a bubble here on this. There's one team that I'm hearing way more and more about than anybody else when it comes to Nolan Arenado. Who have you guys heard?
Well, Red Sox is the one that keeps coming up.
All right, that's who I'm as well.
And there was a text, or maybe it was today, because I always scroll back through the inventory, and somebody said Arenado would hate the Green Monster, although he could double like crazy off that thing. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't be hitting a lot of homers over it. If we're talking about the dimensions at Busch being an issue, imagine that trying to put one over the top.
He's already got his money, though. I would think for him, it's just about playing on a winner at this point.
I agree with you on that.
Does he care if he hits 30 home runs or 20?
Yeah, I think he does, but I think he'd still be frustrated at the plate. I think he wants to win, but I also think he takes it really hard when he doesn't perform well. So I think he wouldn't be, if he's hitting 240 in Boston, but they're winning, I don't think he's happy.
If the Cardinals trade a guy like him and others for prospects, do you have any confidence that they'll actually get some players that can be productive major leaguers?
I think their focus is on dumping the money. I don't think the prospects or the return, I don't think the return will be great on this deal.
That this is more about cutting payroll than it is about the return.
And maybe a guy who doesn't really want to be here. I think that's a growing situation.
Your thoughts are welcome. You can text in 314-399-9646. Call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The YouTube chat is open, and Don Peepy's in there talking it over with MD 2020 about Arenado. Boston 5-player deal within a week. Is Don Peepy making a prediction, kind of like Jackson did with the New York Giants coaching staff.
I'll write it down.
And MD 2020 says those would just be long singles. He's very slow. I guess he's MD 2020 is talking about the balls off the monster.
I think he could get a double off that. Yeah, most of them would be a double. Not all of them, but most.
Illinois Recovery Center is a longtime sponsor of TMA and the work that they do over there. What a passion project and what a great thing for the St. Louis metropolitan area it is. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. And whether you are taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Go online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. That's Illinois Recovery Center. Now, I know it's Illinois Recovery Center, but that doesn't mean it's limited to people in Illinois. It is a wonderful facility that has worked wonders for people in the metropolitan area, not just Illinois. So if you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. He presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Not this week, though, because the station is off for Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving. The Colonel will be live on his PowerMizzou.com post-game show following the Missouri-Arkansas game. What could/should be a 9-3 regular season. And James Carlton has been sponsoring it throughout. He's also been my insurance agent for 5.5 years. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you. Go online and type his name in a Google search engine. You'll see 5-star reviews, 400 plus of them, as a matter of fact. He's my insurance agent. I recommend him to you as well. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Suns defeat the Lakers last night in an NBA Cup group stage game, 127-100. Wet like on Book. Devin Booker, 26 points, 10 assists. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Jeremy Rutherford presented to you by Mark Hanna. Coming up at 10 o'clock, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. A showdown between Buck Swope and the JV golf coach at 10:45. Star TMA emailers, longtime Star TMA emailers, Doug, they are tied for the lead heading into the final day of the month. And getting the college football playoff discussion going and some love picks. My love picks. Clemson -2.5, A&M +5.5, and Indiana -29. Doug, those are how you can just get paid this weekend if you want. I don't know on Missouri, Arkansas. I'm not sure, and a lot of that has to do with the forecast and potential for snow. But it will be Brady Cook's last game. Luther Burden is going to go out there for senior day, even though theoretically he could come back. He hadn't come back. But Brady Cook was asked about his legacy, as Saturday will be his final home game for Missouri, and here is what he had to say.
When you think about what you might want your legacy to be at Mizzou, what do you think you would want that to be?
I don't know. I think the main thing is that, ending a winner. When I committed here, came here, enrolled here, it was there was a lot of uncertainty around the program. New coaching staff, just a lot of uncertainty. And I had a vision that I believed in. I could see it. I knew it was there. And it took a lot of different lows and in different times of adversity to get there. And I feel like, we go win this one, win a bowl game. I feel like I can confidently say, I left my legacy as a winner.
And if they do win out, it'd be 21 wins in 2 years. Not the season that many of us had in mind, but his overall resume, look at the touchdowns, interception. I think it's like 45-17 or something.
Yeah, he's had a heck of a career. He's been a really good quarterback for them for 3 years now.
He's this is probably in the Missouri fan bubble, and I think the casual fan may be surprised to hear this, but for the hardcore Missouri fans, he's a polarizing figure, not because of the way he conducts himself. Kind of obviously, I don't know what else you could ask for as far as somebody, the way they conduct themselves or lead, but essentially whether or not the team would have been better off with a, quote, better quarterback than Brady Cook in both 2023 and 2024. From my standpoint as a longtime Missouri fan, I think the 2023 team is the second best team I've seen in my lifetime. I'd put it behind the 2007 team, and it's not to like disregard the 2013 team. I think I look at it more through the lens of who they beat and also how close they were, truly close to having an undefeated season, and that includes going up against a quarterback who I think his legacy will only grow based on what we've seen so far in the NFL, but also his Heisman Trophy senior season at LSU and Jaden Daniels. And then also what I think was probably the best team in the country, or at worst, second best team in the country last year, even though they didn't get in the college football playoff, and how closely they played Georgia. In particular, how they hung with them on both the offensive and defensive line. But Brady Cook was the quarterback for those teams. And I think this year, yeah, the record is good, but it's the same reason why Missouri, even if they would have beaten South Carolina, would not be in the mix for going into college football playoff. And I know I'm in the minority in the Missouri fan bubble on that. I think Missouri fans think that they would have been. There's no way that Missouri would have been one of the top 11 teams, not 12 because of the additional at-large picks. And they're going, my God, when they had to play the two good teams they had to play, they got blown off the field 75-10. It's just not going to happen. And part of that is the quarterback play. And I realize he was out for the majority of that Alabama game, but you also would take into account how close they were with some average or bad teams, depending on what your perspective is on Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma. And it just, and even Boston College. So As far as the manner with which he conducts himself, I don't think you could have a better face of the program at quarterback. As far as if they would have had a different quarterback, maybe they could have done more, and so I understand that. But as far as legacy goes, that Auburn game, coming out of the hospital and leading them back, they don't win that game without him. And the manner with which he carried himself, and once he fired, he led that team. So I'd look at it as both leader and winner, and he will have a hell of a legacy going forward the rest of his life with Missouri fans.
Yeah, he did a great job. He did everything. He gave Mizzou everything he had. I think the critique is on Drinkwitz, the program. Could you have found a more elite quarterback that had put you at a higher level as a program? And that's unfair to him because he's the guy going out and doing the best job he can and put up some great numbers. But if you're a diehard fan that says, man, are we ever going to contend for a national championship? You're looking for a quarterback who is even more elite, who's an NFL caliber quarterback under center. That's on Drinkwitz. I mean, even in Brady's quote there, he's talking about he came in, there's a coaching change going on. I think for Coach Drinkwitz, how have you done finding quarterbacks? Cook was already sort of in the pipeline when Drinkwitz came here.
And he was aggressively looking in the transfer portal, so much so. I don't know how many people casually know this because he wasn't a big name when it was going on. Again, I keep going back to casual fans because I recognize, it's like when I talk golf, I'm really in the weeds on it, so that's why I barely ever talk about it on 101. But I know I'm in the weeds on Missouri football as well, and most people are not. Did you know that Missouri, it was actually rumored that he had signed with Missouri? Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking to Martin and Doug here.
This is post Kelly Bryant, of
That's
course. Correct. Then they got the Garcia kid. So you're saying somebody who almost came here.
2022.
Was it Daniels?
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jaden Daniels actually had to tweet that he had not signed with anybody because it was starting to get reported that he had signed with Missouri, not from LSU, but after leaving Arizona State. Imagine, if you would, the 2023 Missouri Tigers with Jaden Daniels. Yeah, I had a feeling Jackson might have a little.
You need another hug?
Like Martin going over there.
That would have been the glory. That would have been
Look at him. He's not.
He's not been it. Because also you have to think, not only would you have Jaden Daniels as your quarterback, you're not playing Jaden Daniels against LSU. Who knows? Maybe Nussmeier. I don't know who they would have under center there, but it's certainly not the Heisman Trophy winner and looking like the rookie of the year in the NFL right now. He'd be a Missouri Tiger. Think about it.
But Cook had a darn good year.
Not Jaden Daniels.
He threw for over 3,000 yards.
Tiger nationalizing me?
He ran for 8 touchdowns.
I love Brady too, but my Lord, imagine if Jaden Daniels was quarterback in the team.
Well, then maybe you win the Georgia game, and great point, you wouldn't have to play him on LSU.
Yeah, there was like a third and something where they were deep in their own territory, and I saw that, and I go, I don't know how many people around the country know about this guy, but if there's a better quarterback right now, I can't imagine it. I mean, imagine that LSU team last year with the defense.
He looked like Trey Mason on Auburn against Missouri in 2013. He could have just run up the gut every time and probably got 25 yards.
And he also had a hell of a receiving core, too.
Malik Neighbors, friend of the show.
Friend of the program, the Giants, the New York Giants, the official program of TMA. Martin, why don't you tell me about mentality?
I would say the best gift you can give your family, your spouse, your loved ones is the gift of getting yourself back in the game. And you can do that with Mentality Health. It's not just about the bedroom or the weight room. We're talking about your day-to-day activity. If you lost the focus, if you lost some of that drive, you just don't have energy to do what you were able to do. You got a long list of things to do. We all do, especially this time of year. It could be Low T. Go to lowtusa.com. What a great name for the website, lowtusa.com. It's Mentality Health, Chesterfield Valley, as well as South County. They'll sit with you in person. This is not something you're going to do online. You need a little consultation. I met with Kevin and Dave talking about those goals. What do you want to get back in that weight room? Get a little more strength going, lose some weight, gain some energy, tired of having that fatigue all the time. First step, they'll do a blood panel just to check your overall health. When's the last time you had any blood work done? And then they sit down with those results as they get you back in the game. Low testosterone's happening to men younger and younger, seeing it now in their 30s. So if you've lost your edge, you're tired of being tired, go to lowtusa.com, sign up with the folks at Mentality Health, and get yourself back in the game.
There it is, lowtusa.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jeremy Rutherford joining us at the top of the hour. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan. If you're watching on YouTube, Doug Vaughn is on top of me.
What?
It's true. It's
Yeah.
true.
Good one. Call in.
Martin Kilcoyne is to Doug's left.
Yes.
That's right.
So I guess if
Yeah,
you're
but on
looking
YouTube.
over
Stage right.
I'm confused.
Stage right.
Stage
Going
right. Oh,
left.
stage right. You like that?
Left to right on your
crazy
YouTube
about it.
dial.
And we'll have Jeremy Rutherford joining us, but he is not in studio.
No. I think
He's on the road.
I think, yeah.
Did he stay on the road? He went out on the road because
I know,
of the move.
But he was at the Musial Awards. You were asking about that. So he went to New York, came back, and then went back to New York.
So he was in New York, I think, for athletic business.
Yes.
Comes into town, going to sit out the road trip, I believe, goes to the Musial Awards, and then on Sunday had to hightail it back
That's
to New
right.
York because of the coaching
I think
move.
that's what's going
Did
on.
he stick around? Is he in Jersey?
We'll get to
I
the
think
bottom
he
of that.
is. I
All
think
right.
he
Well,
is.
he's going to join us here coming up. Your two-part questions for JR are welcome via the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, also coming up in this Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Martin, do you know anything about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air?
I think he's got a great family. They've got a great business, fourth generation St. Louis business. Talking about Design Air, we talk snow, we talk colder temps, and if that furnace is on the fritz, there's a very dated reference. Jackson, have you ever heard on the fritz?
I
before?
have.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
That means it's not working properly. You need to have an HVAC company in your back pocket, and that is Design Air, because when they come out to repair your furnace, they're not there to sell you on something you don't need. That's how a lot of folks are trained. More sales than technician. These folks are technicians going to get things up and running again. The longest running TMA supporter, that is Design Air. Support them in spite of that. DesignAir.com. Real simple. Get online, schedule that appointment, or if you're just concerned the furnace may need a tune-up, get it done in advance so you don't have any panic situation. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling since 1904. They've served over tens of thousands of folks, all satisfied customers. Find out more at designair.com.
There it is. Jeremy Rutherford going to join us on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited and got a chance to get to know them. So much so that they also came by the house to take a look at what they could do for our home as well. Really like what they do and really impressed by the custom work they do, in particular custom deck work. You can check it out for yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you, or give them a call. It's 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. And they do incredible custom work. See it for yourself in that showroom in Chesterfield Valley or by going online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or call 636-532-5008. Welcome back. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. I guess Martin bolted for his thing.
Yeah, appears he's gone now.
10 o'clock. Yeah. I want to wish him a happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, Martin, if you're live streaming.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Via the Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app, or TMA STL app. And Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, is over there with Martin Kilcoyne. That's what he's doing. They're hanging out, forming a new alliance. So they're breaking off like the New World Order. Doug, watch this. New World Order.
Okay.
World Order. Yeah, great moment. Monday Night Wars. Joining us right now to give us his thoughts on professional wrestling and the St. Louis Blues and take your two-part questions presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, Jeremy Rutherford. Morning, JR.
I am used to people leaving the studio whenever I come on your show.
It does seem to be kind of a theme. It does seem to be there is some historical data that backs that up. So you are in Jersey right now.
Right, yep.
That was not the plan when you were at the Musial Awards on Saturday night in St. Louis after you had just returned from New York. Am I correct?
That is correct. As I was... I guess getting up on Sunday and getting those church clothes on and the news dropped with Jim Montgomery being hired by the Blues, I was simultaneously writing the story about the coaching change and booking a trip to New York to be here with the team. So that was not in the plans, but I'm glad it is.
I want to get your perspective. We had Jamie Rivers on. We had Robert Thomas on, getting their perspective behind the scenes of everything that led to it, what they've seen over the last 48, 72 hours. You wrote a number of great pieces on The Athletic. The coverage has been outstanding. Give the audience something that you have seen that perhaps you haven't had a chance to share as far as Montgomery's interactions and or anything from some players that they have seen here over the last few days since this coaching change took place.
Yeah, I would think the number one thing is just the comfort level. And we all know that Jim Montgomery was an assistant coach with the Blues for a couple years, and knows a number of these players on the team. I think he said over half the team he knows. But, I've covered a lot of coaching changes, and the new coach comes in, and it takes a couple weeks for everybody to kind of get familiar with how things are going to roll. Just the practice schedule, the bus schedule. Coaches come in and change things. But from what I've witnessed, being around the locker room a little bit the past couple of days, is that he just fits right back in. The players love him. They're ready to play for him. And listening to Jim Montgomery, he's got a feel for a lot of the guys, got a feel for what he needs to do. And, I don't think in terms of, smoothness that this could be any better.
Do you think there was something Bannister didn't do that the Blues organization didn't like, or was this just a matter of the perfect coach was out there and they had to make a move?
I think it's the latter to the biggest degree, but I do think that we all know that Drew Bannister was put in a tough spot, right? So last year there's interest in Montgomery. He's not available. Okay, what do we do? You're probably not going to go out and give a veteran head coach a 3 or 4 year deal. You're going to go with Drew Bannister and acknowledge the retool and hope that he can groom some of these young players. And then I really do think that the Blues are looking at it like if there's a proven coach who can take this team to the next level, that's who they were going to turn to in a couple of years. And so, they've got this thing going on where they want to compete now, but they also want to get better in the future. Drew Bannister, I don't think they saw right now, Doug, that they were doing that they were competing, that they were getting better, that guys are learning from Drew Bannister. And so I think, is he at any fault here? Probably not, because he was a young coach trying to learn himself. But I do think that the Blues had to make the move because they just didn't think it was getting done with him.
Well, Jeremy Rutherford with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You are listening to 101 ESPN. JR brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. I know that it was super positive, I think, based on what I've seen behind the scenes on both Sunday, before the game on Monday, during the game on Monday, and certainly after the game on Monday as well. As far as specifics on gameplay goes, you were monitoring this. Kevin Lorenz and I were texting about it throughout the game. The number of shots the Blues wound up with 44, but they were sitting at like 25 midway through the second period. Zach Bolduc's play, certainly perhaps the highlight of the whole thing. Anything that you saw from a tangible perspective that the team did differently in between the game against the Islanders and the Rangers? Or do you think it was just a, hey, play your game, you're not going to have to worry about losing your ice time so you can be confident message to some of the younger guys that led to what we saw on Monday night?
Yeah, a couple things. First, I think the confidence was a big thing. I think when you have Montgomery going to Zach Bolduc, at the morning skate and saying, I just want you to rip it. So Zach Bolduc, for his new coach, is going to go out and rip it. And he did 7 times, scored twice. But tactically, there were some changes. And, I'll try to get into a little more X's and O's and a story at The Athletic. But I think that talking to the players, guys, he noticed some things with the Rangers, talking about Montgomery. Obviously, he's been coaching in the league for a number of years, seen him a lot with Boston, that he felt the Blues could take advantage of. And specifically, in hanging on to the puck and creating offensive zone time. So he gave these guys a few pointers that he felt that they could exploit against the Rangers. And the players said that they did the things that he was asking, and then the Rangers didn't adjust to those things, and thus they had some success. And the success came from the sustained zone time. The second thing tactically is the play below the goal line. A lot of times you don't see teams necessarily take advantage of that. And so you saw the Shen goal. He pops on the forecheck, gets the puck, and throws it out to Kyrou. Kyrou scores. I asked Jim Montgomery yesterday about that. Like, do you want the players playing more below the goal line? He said, yeah, but also both ends, not just offensively, but defensively too. So, I think that's an area that we didn't necessarily see the Blues exploit or use under Drew Bannister that they're going to use under Jim Montgomery.
I would think just in general the players like playing for a younger head coach. Not that Bannister was old, but there's still a lot of the old guard out there that is pretty rigid. And I would imagine that they enjoy a younger guy like Montgomery who just kind of lets them play.
Yeah, I think, you use the term players coach. I think Joey Vitale might have mentioned he doesn't like to use that term, but I think it's true with Jim Montgomery. Look, after Jim Montgomery left and he went to be Boston's coach, I was talking to players who said they still were texting Jim Montgomery. And he's got multiple threads going on. He's got threads with the Russian players back when Tarasenko, Buchnevich, Barbashev were here. He had another thread with this group. He's got a team thread. So he's sending text nonstop. He even said a couple days ago, guys, he goes, I'm sending TikToks to these guys. So when you talk about, a younger coach, he's really into that stuff. So I just think that he knows they're in it for him, and that's not to say other coaches aren't, but they feel it with Jim Montgomery. I think that's the biggest thing is those are the two words I've heard the most the past couple of days, positive energy.
Yeah. You're a big TikTok guy yourself, too, aren't you? You do some dance moves.
Yeah, you do those dances. Oh, I love the Maps remix that you're doing, Doug. Yeah. It's 2003, is that right? That was Maps 2003? Yeah,
Color me intrigued.
I like your Get Ready With Me videos.
Mm-hmm. Outfit of the day.
Yeah, OOTD.
I'm in Jersey. Here's what I'm wearing to the morning skate. Bad boy.
Blues team issued quarter zip slacks.
The only reason I have the TikTok is to keep an eye on my daughter. That's the only reason.
It's dark season. All right, 2-part questions coming in fast and furious. You can send yours in. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. 2-parter is Broberg close, and second part, does Holloway have the voice of an angel? Jackson, I don't know if JR has heard this yet, but right after Braden Shen gave Zach Bolduc Kelly Chase's shouldies, as it was called. Doug doesn't like that term.
No, I don't.
We heard this. Listen closely, if you would.
Take your shirt off.
Oh, gosh, it's just a brief little clip there.
Take your shirt off.
Yeah, we played that for Robert Thomas this morning. Candidly, he was alarmed, not necessarily with Holloway asking him to take his shirt off, so much as the fact that we had really delved that deeply into it. But if you can advance the story, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, first of all, Broberg, he did skate yesterday, first time contact with the team in terms of, you got to go through contact before you can get cleared. And I think he's going to be on the ice today for the morning skate, but it's an optional. I'm going to try to talk to him afterwards. Guys, I think he could be back soon. Jim Montgomery said he wasn't ready yet, but is Saturday a possibility against the Flyers? If not Saturday, then I think next week could be a real big possibility. And I guess I need to get over and talk to Holloway about this and see what he says here. He's a good guy. If I heard the clip right there, he's asking him to take his shirt off.
That's right. That's right.
Clip that off. Mm-hmm.
Might want to quiz him on that. It might be an article. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see that being maybe a 3,000-worder for The Athletic.
Mm-hmm. Retrospective.
Yeah. What turned the Blues season around? Dylan Holloway demanding Zach Bolduc take his shirt off at Madison Square Garden. Yep. Hey, JR, first question is, how long can a dead cat bounce? And second question is, how do you feel about taking your shirt off for us? That's from Flip Wilson.
Well, a dead cat cannot bounce very long because I was about a 10-year-old boy. I went downstairs into my basement and found our cat dead. And though I didn't try to bounce it, it did not look bounceable. It was a tough situation there. So all the cat lovers probably happy with that response. And as far as me taking my shirt off, there are a few pictures on my phone of that. And if anybody wants me to send them one, just send in your number to the station. And
Doug, why don't you give out your number?
You'll go private with the listeners?
Appreciate Lenny tossing me some money. I'm going to keep the shirt on, but appreciate that.
Doug, this is an epidemic with this audience. Just wonder why Claude Julien or Steve Ott were not given the chance to coach. That's from the 314.
I think because the Blues got their guy, and everybody knows that. That's who Doug Armstrong wanted, and that's who they got. In terms of Ott, I think he'll be a head coach. I think he's fine with his role right now. And when I talked to Claude Julien when he took the job, he said, "Look, I'm not coming here to, be Drew Bannister's, takeover guy. For if that doesn't work out, I'm at a point in my career where I just want to be in the league and want to help out."
Mark Hanna sponsors this segment. He's with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and he also just texted in, "Send me the pics." So,
God,
Doug, now the sponsors are in.
Special relationships with our sponsors here.
Dude, so send those on over. I got a question for JR. Where are you? There's been some discrepancies about your whereabouts, so I want to get this nailed down. That's from Marsh's Burner.
I am in the hotel in Newark, New Jersey, getting ready for this morning skate.
Beautiful city. Absolutely gorgeous city.
You know what? Some people have said that the past day to me, and I try to remind them of where we live.
Yeah.
Oh
gosh, that was a shot at sweet St. Louis.
Wow. What a moment. Especially when Jackson's dealing with all his friends who have moved away to these coastal elite cities, and Jackson now, JR just dunked on St. Louis. How's that feel?
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Now Joe Buck is getting involved.
Well, it rains, it pours.
I am telling you. Tim, please give JR my phone number. That's from former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Parkett. Marcia's Burner wants to know if JR currently has a shirt on. And now you've opened up Pandora's box. Congratulations. And this show has just gotten awfully hot on Thanksgiving. Were you in Manhattan and then you picked up and moved over to Newark for the Jersey thing?
Yeah, just a little train ride, half-hour train ride. Yep, came over yesterday. They had a practice and could have gone back to the city, but me getting old, so just did some work here in the hotel and did the little Uber Eats, and here I am.
Switching hotels mid-trip.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, kind of surprised. The Blues stay in one hotel the whole time they play, right?
They do for this trip, you're right. They stay in New York and have been there for a couple days.
That's not good enough for you. That's interesting.
Well, I don't think they want me around, so that's where it comes down to.
Staying at different locations, if I had to guess. Do the Blues have the best bench staff in the league now? And how hot is Heine Miney going to be tonight? That's from the 573.
What does that mean?
Baseball fields?
The ballpark in Lime is going to be erotic this evening?
And
what does it have to do with Claude Julien, Steve Ott, and Jim Montgomery? I don't know.
Not a darn thing as far as I can tell.
I'll see if Claude Julien will take his shirt off tonight, please.
Oh, gosh.
Can you please ask that after the game, especially if it's like a 5-0 loss?
I have 20 American dollars in it if you do it.
How about that? What do you think about the coaching staff now? I mean, there certainly is some tenure there.
Yeah, there definitely is. And, I think that's why Drew Bannister brought in Claude Julien, and now, difficult situation for Drew, but the Blues are going to benefit with Claude's experience. And, both he and Montgomery spending time in Boston with some good teams there. So I think, along with Ott, who I think is going to be a head coach at some point, and Mike Weber, I was really happy that, Weber and survive the coaching changes that they've made, because he's a young guy who's got potential too. So I think they got a good staff.
I want to get your perspective on this. Something that I noticed when Jim Montgomery met with you guys following the game at Madison Square Garden on Monday, and then also the Blues Instagram account sent out his post-game speech to the boys, and then that's where we got the Dylan Holloway take your shirt off audio as well. But in both cases, I thought that this was noticeable, and I just don't think it's a coincidence either. He said, to the team, he said, a lot to work on still, but great effort. We're going to be a good hockey team. And then he said that to you guys as well. This is a good hockey team. And then Robert Thomas was on with us this morning. He goes, we have a skilled team. We just haven't played like it yet, and we played like it on Monday night. And I know this might be something that plenty of people would just roll their eyes out because it kind of gets into believing and all of that. But I think that there is a conscious effort to convey that message to this team. And I don't know if that's what he was doing in Boston as well, if he was doing it in Dallas as well, if he was doing it at the college ranks as well. I don't know. But I thought that was something that was choreographed and not just a coincidence. Did you notice that? And what's your opinion?
Yeah, 100%. And it doesn't matter what you ask him, that's what's going to come out of his mouth. And I'm not saying he doesn't believe it, but I'm just saying I think he's definitely going out of his way to preach that. For example, I wrote a story about the offense today, and, it's just one game, but 5 goals, 43 shots look pretty good. Can they sustain that? He said, listen, guys, I've read what you guys think about this offense for the past little while. I understand what you say about this offense, but this offense has some good skill and some good players, and we can be a good offensive team. So I think that's one thing that he's trying to get across. And then secondly, it's always about building the consistency, because that's what this franchise needs. And so let's just use Zach Bolduc as a quick example here. He had a great game the other night, right? But the one thing that I noticed in that video that you're talking about when he's putting the shouldies on,
yes,
he said,
I don't like it.
he said that, hey guys, on to New Jersey. That's what Zach Bolduc said. And that's what Jim Montgomery is telling Zach Bolduc, hey, forget about these 2 goals in New York. For you, it's about what happens in New Jersey. And then you hear Zach Bolduc say, on to New Jersey, guys.
I think you're going to see a hell of an atmosphere in the building on Saturday night. I know it's one game as they have this unique schedule with 3 in the New York area and then off to Western Canada. But fans are going to want to welcome him back, and it would add to it on the Thanksgiving break, which always has some good energy as it is, if the Blues can carry a 2-game winning streak against 2 good hockey teams, too. We'll see if they can pull it off tonight against New Jersey. Any news and notes for tonight yet, JR? I know you're in the hotel, but anything that you're aware of for tonight's festivities?
No, just getting ready to head over there. I think the biggest news is Broberg skating, and we touched on that. So a chance for him to be in the lineup pretty soon. But right now, that's it. So we'll get over it and see what the gang has to say today for big games tonight. I mean, you used to think of New Jersey, you didn't think of much, but they're first place in that Metro Division, won 3 games in a row. You look at the Blues, they got Jordan Kyrou, Jake Neighbors leading them with 7 goals, and this New Jersey team has 3 guys with 10 plus. So this is going to be a tough one tonight for the Blues, and you'll have Jordan Binnington in net looking to set the all-time wins mark, number 152, to surpass Michael Ute tonight, possibly.
Yeah, got a lot going on here tonight for the Skanksgiving special in New Jersey. Couldn't be a better location for it. And then back in St. Louis, 6 p.m. puck drop for Jim Montgomery's first game as head coach of the Blues against the Flyers on Saturday. JR, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you for taking your shirt off and sending the pictures to us. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, fine sir.
All right. Yep, you guys too, and send me those numbers. Thanks.
There it is.
Thank you,
He's going to text the pictures to everybody, and that's that's the right thing to do if you are covering an NHL team.
It's just another service he provides.
That's what the holidays are all about.
Thank you, Jackson. Munganast is the sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, and Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Doug is a loyal customer, as am I. We go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com and work with the great Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, and in the service department, Ryan Seiberg. They were texting me yesterday about that A16 notification I got, and Jackson looked it up. It's an oil change, but they're like, hey, just let us know. We'll take care of it. That's the way they work. They put out a number for our audience to access them as easy as can be. Whether you're calling or texting this number, it goes as follows: 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. We have Jackson's Wide Berth Wednesday, Skanksgiving questions. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and then we shut it down until Monday, Doug. Unless you want to come in and get some reps on Friday.
I'd like you guys to do that.
Just get some reps.
I'll go ahead and stay home, but I would like you guys to come in so you can keep up with me.
Well, Jackson, let's look ahead at Arkansas's defense.
Well, if they told me, like the bosses here, like, you can finally do your NBA show, but it's on Black Friday and it's from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m.
That might still be a little too much, maybe 4 to 5. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. It's the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen. Doug, you think you can give the number for Brown and Crouppen from memory? I think you can.
BR 549.
That's correct. And they've also set up a new number.
Nice.
They got another one?
314 222
2222. Yes, I remember it now.
There it is. That's how you can call Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, who was in studio yesterday, and Ed Herman, who is a regular on the program as well. Friendly as the day is long is what they are, and they are local online at brownandcrouppen.com. Don't you want a local law firm, especially if you're in a spot where you need their services? You want people who are in the area, who know the area, and they've been doing it in the St. Louis area since 1979. You hear them on TMA. You hear how they conduct themselves. They treat their clients like gold as well. It's Brown and Crouppen, where you get great service and great results. The winningest and kindest at 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. Remember, the choice of lawyers is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of about 15-20 minutes. Buck Swope, legendary TMA listener and emailer, for my money, the Milagro Tequila listener of the year this year. But I only have one vote. You know, I only have one vote, but you can be the Milagro Tequila listener of the month for November by going to tmastl.com and signing up. And then Jackson gets all the names, and then we are sent those names, and it's a papal conclave.
It is.
In which Doug, Jackson, Martin, Chairman Kurt, and myself vote. And then you are entered into the names for the 12 potential listener of the month. And then you can become the listener of the year. Milagro Tequila sponsors it. Think about that.
Nice little thing to have on your resume. I'll tell you that much.
Chairman Kurt had it in 2022. Chairman Stephen Wildwood had it in 2023. I think it's Buck Swope's time.
Did you put that on your LinkedIn page, Chairman?
I don't have a LinkedIn page.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Okay.
He's a chairman. He doesn't need a LinkedIn page.
I guess that's probably right.
Jackson, do we have phone lines active? Callier and Thompson phone lines?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chris, good morning.
Recovering alcoholic Belleville Webster Grove.
Oh my God, it's the recovery.
gosh.
Yes, dog.
Let me get out the
I mean, this is
suspension
a
log.
Milagro Tequila listener of the year candidate for my money. I mean, this guy's a sponsor. So his call has to come through. It doesn't matter what he says either. He can't be suspended.
It does matter, and he can be suspended into the Illinois Recovery Center.com suspension log.
I mean, I guess you own that log. Are you in Jersey right now?
I'm on the turnpike headed to Staten Island real quick to see Aunt Susan.
Is that a code?
And I'm here for the milking. Yeah.
The milking?
Yeah, he's there for the milking. They do an annual Thanksgiving milking in Jersey and Staten Island.
Dairy cows and such.
Right. Dairy cows and such.
It's at the house that Cam Jansen built.
Amen. The house that Cam Jansen built. This guy, Lou
I'd like to... We'll tear down that Martin Brodeur statue and put up a Cam Jansen statue and make sure there's a reflective, huge bulge on that thing.
No, what are you talking about now?
Cam's bulge was pretty straightforward.
Biceps.
Tim, speaking of Cam and a little butt plug to IRC here, Cam's out at IRC visiting with our clients today. He does that from time to time. He's kind of adjacent and knows the illness. So he's out there chumming it. And, you know, tonight's a big night, so when you wake up next to an ice head from Dupo tomorrow morning and need to turn your light
An
on.
ice head from Dupo. Are you not listening to the show?
An ice head? What's that?
You know, it's weaker. When you wake up next to that ice head and you want to turn your life around, or if you're at Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow night and Uncle Johnny or our cousin Ben is falling out in their mashed potatoes, call Illinois Recovery Center. We got some hot guys there that'll take care of you, get you on your track, get your life in order. And yeah, man, we'll turn your life around. This is a big night, and Thanksgiving, and in all seriousness, the holidays can be a pretty dark time for people. So give us a call, and you know, thanks for the cheap butt plug here for IRC. And if you got any fires in your pants, call EDF. Right?
Wow.
See, this is just talking about.
He's working blue.
If we don't have a substance abuse problem, can we still come out there for the guys?
Oh.
Let's take that offline, and we can work up a 2-for-1.
I like when people say take that offline.
Gosh.
Thank you. Safe travels, recovering alcoholic from Belleville and
Happy
Webster Groves.
Thanksgiving, boys. And it's a good thing the Pilgrims didn't shoot a lion when they got over here. Otherwise, we'd all be eating you-know-what for Thanksgiving.
Doug, think
God
about
bless,
that.
Dale.
There he is. How about that? That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Gross making his way through Staten Island to see Aunt Susan. I knew he went to the game against the Islanders and the Rangers, and I guess he's going to go to the Devils game, and he's just hanging out in Staten Island. You ever hang out in Staten Island?
No.
It's really nice.
It is?
Yeah.
It's kind of residential area, isn't it, for the most part?
It's, I was going to say something, and that probably would have backfired, so I won't say it.
A little gritty?
I was going to compare that borough of New York to a certain area of St. Louis,
Well, do
but
it.
I won't.
Do it, please.
No, thanks.
What's it start with?
Jay.
Jay.
Yeah, who knows what I was going to say.
Jefferson County?
How come you
I
won't
don't
look
know.
at me?
Yeah, Chairman Kurtz from Jefferson County. So is Jeremy Rutherford. And you're comparing Staten Island to Jefferson County? Is that what just happened on this show, Doug?
No.
Right here on 101 ESPN?
In
St.
fact,
Louis's sports leader for 15 years?
specifically, I said I wasn't going to mention the name of...
Then what Jay were you saying?
Jennings? I guess you would leave that up to the imagination. Ambiguity. It's a big ambiguity 10 o'clock hour. Fill in the blanks yourself.
I've been picking up on reads learning from Tim, and I'm getting a read on him. It's Jefferson County.
It's Jefferson County.
It seems like it
You
to
won't look
me.
at you. That's the read.
I like Jefferson County. I like
Does it
Staten
remind
Island.
you of Staten Island?
Yeah.
There he is.
Well,
Doug,
it
move your chips
does?
in.
Really?
There it
Counselor.
is.
I feel like
I own
Colonel
this kid.
Jessup over here.
Jefferson County with thick New York accents?
Yeah. A lot of body hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's
weren't supposed
body
to talk
hair
about
galore in Staten Island.
Yes. Jersey specifically.
It's like Jeremy Rutherford streaming from his hotel in New Jersey.
He did send us a pic. I don't think that was his breast, but somebody's.
I
He
gotta
sent
check
the
this out.
pictures?
God almighty.
Yeah. It's pretty good
Oh,
stuff.
Wow. Man, I need to close that one out. Send your emails in to Sign Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Ted Drews, Doug. Ted Drews. And you're going, it's cold as the day is long out there. How can we be talking about Ted Drews?
Oh, they got Christmas trees, don't
There
they?
you go.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. That is a tradition in the St. Louis area. I've been going there, man, for decades myself. Ted Drew's Christmas trees are here, and the tree lot officially opens this Friday. Ted Drew's has a wide selection of fragrant fir and pine trees available, including large trees standing over 8 feet. Look for the exclusive Dottie trees, named in honor of Ted's wife, a mark of the finest quality. Ted Drew's also offers a variety of holiday greenery, including beautiful wreaths and with handsome bows and pine roping as well. Elevate your celebrations with Ted Drew's, available by the quart, perfectly paired with your favorite holiday treats. Ted's delicious custard is a sweet addition to every gathering. We got a limited time offer right here on the eve of Thanksgiving. Buy 3 quarts and get a jumbo container of toppings for free.
Oh.
That is valid now through December 30th. Don't wait. Make Ted Drew's part of your family tradition this holiday season. For the best frozen custard and Christmas trees, visit Ted Drew's off Chippewa. That's Ted Drew's off Chippewa, and the tree lot opens on Friday. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Devils in New Jersey. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Thanksgiving tradition. Doug, the Rough Riders.
These are the Rough Riders.
Rough Riders anthem.
Rough Riders anthem.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson just threw up some kind of sign to the YouTube chat.
You flashing gang signs now, bro?
R.I.P. DMX. It wasn't a little DMX. Okay. R.I.P.
That's a Thanksgiving tradition.
Now, what was that?
That's what he would do. He'd bark a lot.
Okay. And you say R.I.P. He's no longer with us.
Yeah, he died 3 years ago.
I feel like one of the last things he did was hold court at the Chili's at Hooterville.
No, it was he gave a sermon at that little chapel at Lambert. You know, like the one where if you go through the Southwest Terminal and then turn down to the little tiny hallway at the end, there's a little chapel, and he was like giving a sermon there.
Is that right?
It's a very odd story, but my buddies in Florida knew about it. They're like, I don't know much about St. Louis, but I know DMX once gave a sermon there.
At Lambert.
At Lambert International.
Doug, who knew?
No.
We'll talk more about it on Monday. But now we only have time for one of Jackson's Wide Berth Wednesday questions. I can't wait to hear what you got.
Oh, it's probably going to be a good one.
Well, what's a social faux pas today that would have not even been thought about or not a social faux pas 10 years ago?
God, I love this question.
So I have a couple in mind.
Man.
I have a couple in mind just to get your minds going. For me, it's like if someone is like, here, watch this video, and shows you your phone with like a 3-minute video, and now all of a sudden you've just been hijacked. You know, like you have to watch the video and give your thoughts. That, and then also knocking on strangers' doors. That is like, if someone knocked on my door, I would think they were trying to intrude.
I'm ahead of my time on that. I've been against that for decades.
I would say maybe bringing up politics
at
a Thanksgiving dinner or somewhere else. 10 years ago, nobody thought much of it.
Yeah. I think 20 years ago, you're definitely spot on. 10 years ago might have been bordering on faux pas-ish, but certainly now you're right on that.
I'm in the tank on this. I really like this question.
What's
that? Vague booking, when you just put something on typically Facebook that's just like basically engagement farming, looking for somebody to be like, what? Like if you just put it as your Facebook status, like, I just can't believe that happened.
Oh, that's like subtweeting.
That's called vague booking.
Yeah, that's what Tavon Austin did while he was the Rams wide receiver / running back.
You're purposely vague in the hopes that everybody will be, oh, what's wrong, Doug?
Yeah. You get your sympathy.
No, we love you.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, my God.
Fishing for compliments isn't a bad
I gotta
one.
be honest with you. I didn't know that went on.
No.
So that's a thing.
I see that from time to time.
Boy.
Read, don't respond.
The mute button's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
What's read, don't respond?
So, you know,
on
iMessage.
Yes,
so you can get it. You send a text, someone reads it and then doesn't respond. Ghosting is what really that is. Ghosting somebody. Or this was a good one.
Well, you could do that 10 years ago, though.
Sure. Yeah. 10 to 15 is probably a better time parameter. But someone texts you or you text somebody and then they immediately call you instead of returning the text. It's like, if I wanted to call you, I would have called you. Or I would have said, hey, can I call you? Not, I texted you about, what do you like in this Buffalo game? And then you call me.
You don't want to call.
Well, not really.
Being sick at work like it's some kind of an accomplishment. That's from Mr. Big Cream. Has that changed in the last 10 years?
I would actually say since COVID that's probably gone a little more out of style. People just like, if you have kind of a cold and you don't have to be, like work from home has become more popular to the point where you can have the option if you are sick. So I don't know if that's as popular, but that's not a bad thought.
Both Big Al and Warson Woods Wacko are yelling at you to answer the damn phone.
Oh, well, sorry, we seem low on time. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to either of those gentlemen.
Ordering online fast food delivery a decade
That's a
ago.
social faux pas.
It's just kind of sad.
I don't know that you could even do it 10 years ago, could you?
Yeah, that's like a thing. Yeah, that's just like a new. That's like I wasn't asking for inventions. Like I don't know if that's a faux pas.
I don't know if it fits the 10-year thing, but taking a speakerphone call.
Yes,
in
very
public.
good one. Yes. Taking a speakerphone. Yeah, if with the rise of wireless earbuds, doing anything that's like super loud with your phone in a public space, probably a faux pas.
Playing video games on your phone on an international flight.
That flight was from Charlotte, to be fair.
Raw dogging is timeless and it's still acceptable. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man. So, Doug, you said, but that was something that changed over the last
I never
decade,
addressed
but
that
he
issue.
says it's timeless. Send your emails in. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is next. BK and Ferrari will come up at 11 o'clock. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way here. Big program. Jeremy Rutherford, Robert Thomas, Jamie Rivers with us. Our Pick 6 picks, which included 7 games. Ken Rosenthal and Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals. Doesn't sound like he thinks he's going to get traded. You miss anything, go back and podcast it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. You can podcast anytime you like. I'm a big podcaster. 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Our email today is brought to you by Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. That's Seth Goldcamp. Online at designairservice.com. I'm a longtime client, just like Seth is the longest-running client at TMA. Doug's a client. Martin Kilcoyne's a client as well. That's Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. And if you're running any issues with your heating system, go to designairservice.com and work with Seth and his team, who I have worked with many times over the years, and they will take care of it for you. It is going to be super cold in the St. Louis area. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Yeah!
Okay.
Doug, we got a tie right now.
All right.
Buck Swope, JV golf coach. Each have won 7 times in the month of November.
They have. Yeah.
Now, if neither,
let's call the whole thing off.
Win today, then there's a 1-game playoff on Monday. But if one of them wins, they win the month. You have now been briefed with the regulations like I'm Ward Manuel. Lauren, 1994, Ass Wednesday, Cadasco. Do you like that? Cadasco?
Country Day School.
Mary Institute Country Day.
Yeah, I do.
Cadasco versus John Burroughs. Cadasco handed out Dave's cummerbund to the player of the game. We changed that tradition once I took a roll in the hay with my future ex-husband, the left guard.
Oh.
He put me in a 3-point stance that night, but the pleasure was absent as he was hung like a fun-sized Snickers bar.
Okay.
At that moment, I knew I had to make something of myself. Charcuterie boards and needlepoint belts shall be my future. Now, as a 7-figure stay-at-home MILF in the 63124, I fish around truffles in Napoli on nights like tonight for my 6th husband. May I find you tonight and bring you back to my manor to count the spokes on my dirt basket.
Okay, that's enough!
Dirt basket.
Some happy-ass Wednesday, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And it's real because she has a City of Ladue emblem under her email.
Yeah. Welcome. Self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Dirt basket.
Thanksgiving always reminds me of my first experience with another girl. My hand slinked under the edge of her dress, skirting the bare skin of her thigh. The aftershock of her shivers spilled out with a passionate kiss. I drank it in like nothing else could ever quench my thirst. But it whetted my appetite for more. Slowly, gently, she poured her gasp down my neck as I traced the line.
None of that made sense.
None of these emails make a lick of sense. We haven't talked about any of this stuff.
Traced your gasp?
Is that a phrase?
I don't even know what that means.
I don't
Nouns
know.
where verbs should be and vice versa.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
With torturous care? Does that make sense? An oxymoron,
Torturous
too.
care.
Isn't that a torture and care? Wouldn't that be? Am I right? Is that an oxymoron?
I guess means
Is that a paradox? Somebody will check with my nurse.
I don't know. You could wad up the email and throw it away.
Yeah, go to the next one.
It says, gotta run, skeleton. That's from bikini model Brittany. So that was from a bikini model?
Yeah, she.
According to the picture, yeah.
Model Brittany.
Doug, these ladies are starting to email into the show.
Right. They don't ever call in or anything, but they email almost every day.
Just wanted to elaborate a little more on Jackson's fine work with St. Louis starter packs this morning in regards to Thanksgiving, especially since he may have missed a couple things, officially being a domesticated pail on Dan Hurley anger management watch. I've been out of the game for some time now, but for any of you venturing out this evening in declining TV market number 24, just a few thoughts and advice. Number 1, bottle service, unless you have the following, it ain't for you. A sport coat off the rack on clearance from Kohl's. Business cards you gladly took the payroll deduction on to obtain. Your parents' credit card. A client list consisting of your parents, your cousins, and a few unsuspecting college acquaintances. Number 2, be sure to allow 2 hours domestic, 3 international for any bar entry, even though they're the same places you frequent all the time, but will pay a cover just to enter and be smothered in the smell of Axe body spray, Fireball whiskey, and regret. Number 3, don't fret about any St. Louis expat peacocking around and making you feel small. They will be back here doing part 1 for bottle service as soon as the startup indentured servitude internship goes belly up.
Damn.
Number 4, if wanting to time travel back to high school with the one that got away but got divorced and wants to share her childhood bed with you, wear quiet shoes for sneaking out in the morning before hating yourself and hoping you wrapped it up while our parents lie to themselves while prepping side dishes. Happy Skanksgiving, Doug. That's from Los Wien.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Oh, my goodness. Sadie Hawkins, Doug. Mizzou moved up 2 spots in the latest CFP rankings, and if they can somehow leapfrog the other 4 SEC teams with 3 losses, including 2 that stomped them by a combined score 75-10, they'll probably still be on the outside looking in on December 8th. The Cardinals are shifting into a retooling mode, and they're being very upfront about that, just as long as you don't use the word rebuild. Nolan Arenado has nothing to hold his head down about, except he didn't opt out following the 2022 season and now has to cross his fingers that our lame duck GM can unload him to a contender for pennies on the dollar. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack didn't sleep well because he was so worried about Robert Thomas might blow up his dossier by calling in right at 7 a.m. like that guy who wanted to talk about the Chiefs' left tackle sitch. Pull it together, boy, pull it together, boy, pull it together, boy. Robert Thomas knew the correct time all along and didn't even notice your inappropriately early text. He did seem a little spooked by how much effort this show put into determining that it was Dylan Holloway's high-pitched voice that has Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off. Have a great Skanksgiving, Jackie boy. Don't let those friends visiting from cities with both NFL and NBA teams get into your head. You're a beautiful baby, and you have a nice lady who doesn't mind that you sleep face down on your pillow and make your living by getting your balls busted 4 hours a day on live radio. You do you, and let everyone else stay up all night trying to bang those ice heads from Dupo? Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
I don't know what an ice head is.
They raised the roof in Dupo.
Buck Swope.
Cubs, Cardinals, Yankees, Red Sox, Buck Swope, JV golf coach. These are some of the most heated rivalries of all time. Buck and I go hand in hand like diabetes and St. Charles.
Oh, that was unfair.
That's not right.
I tried to call in on the Collier and Thompson phone lines a few times this morning, but each time I got through, all I could hear was KG panting like a dog in heat. The heavy breathing is one thing, but I swear I heard Chairman Kurt say it puts the lotion on its skin while gasping for air like Darth Vader. He might have been reenacting Steve Klein's interrogator too, but I couldn't tell. Needless to say, I hung up before I got on the air, but if I had gotten through, I would have said, "Stop talking about the Milwaukee Bucks in your Sports Center updates." No wonder Jackie Boy couldn't sleep last night. He probably realizes that he's one mistake away from going back to HD2. I wonder what the text to Robert Thomas sounded like this morning. Hey, Tomer, did you know how time zones work? I'm sure you're trying to sleep, but I just wanted to remind you that we're on FM now, and if I screw up this phone call, they'll probably move us back to that little closet. Please call me on time so I don't have to go back to that tiny blue kennel that still smells like menthol and sweaty man butt.
No.
If Mozeliak gets wind of Martin hugging and kissing Jackson live on air like a dad comforting a toddler with a boo-boo, there is no chance the Cardinals are going to let this operation come back to spring training. TMA would fit in better at the Battlehawks OTAs or St. Louis Steamers winter warm-up anyway. That's from the JV golf coach, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Doug, what you got?
Well, I know it's between Swope and JV golf coach for the month.
Well, you vote for what the best one is.
I thought the best one was Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I love a good playoff. I want these guys sleeping on it over the weekend. Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Yeah, close win.
Carlos Spicy Wiener forced a one-game playoff with a great win. And Buck Swope and JV golf coach have a one-game playoff on Monday. Do you want to support the EDF sponsor? As a sponsor of TMA, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Time for us to shut it down. Happy Thanksgiving to all. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.